Judging the National Pole Dorset show today is Evan Snyder of Atglen, Pennsylvania. Evan is the farm manager for McCully Suffolk. He's formerly from Oklahoma and an Oklahoma State University Animal Sciences graduate. Evan raised Pole Dorsets for a number of years and really enjoyed working with youth and sheep projects. He enjoys college football, go Pokes, and leisure walking along the beach. Let's welcome Evan Snyder to your National Pole Dorset show.
Well, good morning on the Dorset side of the ring. Certainly a pleasure and an honor to be here standing to sort these sheep today. I've looked forward to this for a long time. Like it said, or Dave said, I raised Dorsets for quite a while here, not as long as some of you sitting in the sidelines here, but certainly a pleasure for me to be here to sort through them today. Just an exciting day for me. I think we start out with a bang here, an awfully nice set of yearling rams to get started with. Pretty logical here on this top end for me. I think you got a big stout buck, a buck that brings a lot of nice things to the table. If you're not after big sheep, maybe he's a notch big, but after that, this is a pretty good one. This sheep's really good down his top. He's really good in terms of his hip structure. Stands on a super nice set of feet and legs. I really like him on his toes. You get on the side view of him, he's nice in his lines. He's got some length about him. Really nice in terms of his breed character. Free of color. I like his head. I like that ear set. I think that's an awfully nice ram to get started with. Then it maybe gets a little bit pick and choosy here in this second and third. I think there's two nice rams here as well. The ram to follow in second, maybe just a notch longer there. Maybe carries back in his hip structure just a notch better for us. And again, a nice sound-footed ram. Just giving up some of that mass that we have in that first sheep, but a sheep that you appreciate him. He's certainly presented well. I think that's a nice ram to follow in second with. Big stout ram here in third, and again, maybe change him right out his hip in terms of his pin set. You get on the side of this one, he's got some depth. He's got some red meat and muscle in him. I'm assuming that all these rams were probably used, or we wouldn't have kept them all this long. I think a nice class, guys. Congratulations if we get started in the Dorset show.
Placing results for that first class of fitted Pole Dorset yearling rams. First place to entry 2, Captain Stubby, McDaniel 1422, McDaniel Ranch, and Paul and Nancy Wissinger, Greenfield, Indiana. Second to entry number 3, Promised Kept 1417, Elaine Dorn, Arida, Wisconsin. And third to entry 1, Kendrick Dorsets, Astoria, Illinois. We do want to let you know that the American Hampshire Sheep Association does have donuts back at the table behind the announcer's desk. Compliments of them for their show this morning. And also they're selling some Hampshire promotional items back there as well. Our judge for the fitted portion of the Hampshire show today is Tom Wilworth of Eagle Grove, Iowa. Tom is involved in the carpentry business and is manager of T&D LLC Properties. He also has an 80-head Southdown flock of ewes. Let's welcome Tom Wilworth to your National Hampshire show this morning. Paul Dorset exhibitors, we're currently judging fitted early fall ram lambs. Your next class will be for fitted senior champion and reserve senior champion ram. just punch that again and over.
Okay. All right. Well, it's quite an honor to be asked to place this evaluate the National Hampshire Sale or Show. Excuse me. If we get into the top breeding stock in the country, we start off this yearling ram class with a buck that I really appreciate this sheep for the amount of bone, about a muscle that the buck carries down his top. He really has a beautiful eye appeal to him. He walks around, sets down on a good set of feet and legs. I thought this was the ram that really struck me, and to get your hands on it didn't disappoint me. We come into the next few bucks, it's got some problems. We got a ram that's not real flashy, but he's real solid. I think he kind of follows in second. He's got a tremendous length of hind saddle, beautiful head about him. We come into some rams here that I like this buck for his natural mass. He's really wide. I'd like to free him up a little bit. I think maybe his shoulders are a little too far forward on when he walks off his front end. But a buck that I think's just got a tremendous amount of product in him. Come into two rams here. I really like the depth of bone on this buck and forth. It disappoints me a little bit when you get behind his shoulders about the natural shape of his top, the natural depth of the loin when you come down his top. And we come into another real eye-appealing buck, super long. I'd like to put a little bit more body in him to get him up any farther, but a really, really strong set of free-moving rams. Thank you.
I think an awfully nice set of September bucks here, early bucks in this Dorset side of the ring. Really all 6 of these rams bring some nice things to the table here. There's a tremendous amount of differences in these rams. We'll discuss that here. I think we come up with a combination sheep for me. I'll be the first to admit I'd like to deepen this ram up just a notch. But after that, that's a pretty good one. He is super topped, ram that's super long from his 13th rib. He's got lots of red meat and muscle in him. He stands on a nice set of feet and legs. Really a nice head about him. Comes out of the point of his shoulders like we like to see him. He lays in his shoulder and his chest floor really nice. Got a lot of length from that 13th rib. I think that's a pretty easy winner in my opinion. Our second place sheep here, I like this one a bunch too. I'd like to change him up through his breastplate and his chest floor just a notch if we could. But after that, that's a pretty good one as well. Lots of width and dimension in this one. He's big topped, wide topped, and carries that all the way back in through his hip, back in through his pins. Just a lot of length about him as well. He moves good. A ram that maybe, again, if you just clean him up there just in his chest floor just a notch, that's being pretty picky. He's got a lot of red meat and muscle in him. He's designed nice from the side. And he's got some extra length about him. That's a nice ram in second as well. Then it gets pretty tough. We have to make quite a bit of decisions here. This third place ram shortens up quite a bit compared to those 2 ahead of him, but he's the next best topped ram. He's greener than the rams on either side of him, but a ram that you certainly appreciate his design. If we could stretch him out just a notch, we might be in a little more of a hunt here. But a ram, again, good-headed, he's good-footed, moves around the ring good. He just needs to be stretched out just a notch. We got the big long buck here in 4, and certainly you appreciate the length and the stretch in this one. I just need to change him right behind his shoulders just a little bit. Maybe he gets a notch finer in his features compared to those rams ahead of him. But a ram, you certainly appreciate him in his length. He's super long-hipped, longest hip buck in the class, and certainly you appreciate that about him. Then we move on down, a big stout buck here in 5. This was a little harder to get placed. He probably has been used quite a bit. He handles like he's been used quite a bit. He's just given up some of that top shape today, kind of getting a little bit weak behind his shoulder. But a stout boned ram, a ram that's nice-headed. He's got some width and dimension to him. And again, the 6th place ram, a real neat design, and I just got to have more to him today. Maybe get him a notch better on his pasterns. I think a nice class of early rams, guys. Congratulations.
Placing on the Hampshire class of fitted yearling rams, first place to entry 29, held 1547, Jeff held, Aurora, South Dakota. Second to entry 5, Schiller, 243, Rodney Schiller, Ramin Acres, Monticello, Minnesota. Third place to entry 2, Levi Weaver, West Fork, Arkansas. Fourth place to entry 8, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. 5 to entry 3, Bobbendreyer, Hampshires at Pipestone, Minnesota. 6 to entry 7, Herrig Family Hampshires, Slayton, Minnesota. 7th place to entry 11, Plaza Hamps, Agency, Missouri. And 8th place to entry 4, Rickow Hamps, Arcadia, Wisconsin.
Right. This fall ram class, we get these sheep analyzed a little bit on the move. I'm using the ram. It's really by far the longest bodied. He's really elevated. I put my hands in him. He comes across off the points of them blades. He's got some muscle down his top. He's really straight spined. I think he handles this class very easily. The buck in second's a ram that disappointed me a little bit when I got my hands on him. I wish there was a little bit more red meat on down his top. But he's pretty true about the spine. He comes into a pretty good hip. A real thick-made buck here in third. The ram has definitely got the most product. I just like to see a little bit bigger in his outline and his growth for me. But I think a sheep pounds heavies might be as good as there is out here. I just like to make a little bit of design to him.
Placing on the Hampshire fitted senior ram lamb class, first to entry 13, Quam 4-129, Christian Tift, Spirit Lake, Iowa. Second place to entry 12, Quam 4-111, Mum Hampshires, Whiteheath, Illinois. And third to entry number 14, Bill Chapin, Coal City, Illinois.
On the Dorset side of the ring, let's put our hands together here this morning for our senior champion ram selection. I think 4 really nice rams that come out here and look like Dorsets. They've got some red meat and muscle in them. I think we got a nice pair on this top line up here to choose from. You can go either way and be pretty happy. We're going to use this yearling buck today for our senior champion. I think just a big stout one. Congratulations to you guys on a nice one. And then come back here and get this fall lamb for reserve. Congratulations to you.
For the Paul Dorset Show, our fitted senior champion goes to our first place yearling ram. Entry number 2, Captain Stubby, McDaniel 1422, McDaniel Ranch, and Paul and Nancy Wissinger, Greenfield, Indiana. The reserve goes to entry number 8, Reynolds Stock Farm 1503, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Placing on the fitted fall ram lamb class for the Paul Dorsets, first did go to Reynolds Stock Farm 1503, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 5, McDaniel 15-2, Robert Shims, Indianapolis, Indiana. Third to entry 7, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 6, Loudon Acres. 5 to entry 10, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, and 6 to entry 11, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania.
This senior Hampshire Ram drive, I really like the four we got out here. I think the yearling Ram class here was a real deep class. I was really impressed all the way how these sheep moved on their feet and legs. And the buck I'm going to use here, I'll use your first yearling for your senior champion. It gets a little closer for me for your reserve, but I think we just got a little longer, a little wider square hip in our second place yearling. He will be your reserve senior.
Fitted senior champion Hampshire goes to our first place yearling, entry 29, held 1547, Jeff, held Aurora, South Dakota. The reserve goes to the second place yearling, entry 5, Schiller 243, Rodney Schiller, Ram Acres, Monticello, Minnesota. We're now ready for fitted January Ram lambs for the Hampshires. And on the Dorsets, we're showing fitted late fall Ram lambs.
Nice pair of late bucks here in the fall division. Very different, two different types of bucks here, and I think we get one here on top that just has to win for me. We set this one in motion, even though he was bouncing around the ring around for us. He sets his feet really square for us. When you get your hands on this one, he's really, really long from his 13th rib. Got lots of shape there in his hip. It comes back in there in a super pin set in terms of his hip structure. He's got some muscle there in the center portion of his leg. I think a nice ram to get started with. Our second place sheep, maybe just a notch more body in this one, and you certainly appreciate that about him. When you get your hands on him, there's not quite as much width back in through that hip. And we set this one into motion, and maybe he wants to get under himself just a notch in his rear legs. That's a nice pair of fall lambs, guys. Congratulations.
For the Pole Dorsets, we're now ready for Slick Shorn Fall Ram Lamb. Slick Shorn Fall Ram Lamb, please. Placing on the fitted fitted late fall Ram lambs for the Pole Dorsets. First to entry 12, Nichols 1445, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Second to entry 13, Showgirls Sheep Company 114F, Sean Beeskid of Baysville, Ohio.
Really a nice fall slickshore and Dorset ram here. The best thing about him is not his attitude. He doesn't want to be here real bad, but a lamb that's got a lot of nice things about him. He's done some growing here, got some length about him. He's super smooth, lots of balance about him, lots of width and dimension to him. I think a nice ram. Wish we had some to compare him against. Congratulations to the exhibitors on a nice slick-shored ram lamb.
Placing on the Polled Dorset Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class, first to entry 14, Myers 8777, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio.
We get in this January Hamp drive. The ram that kind of worked his way to the top for me, I'm starting with up here with a real extended ram. He's long hind saddled. He's really solid. He's not the biggest bone, but I think we can get coarse boned. I'm not looking for the big coarse head, coarse bone. You can have enough problems with that. But I think he's really straight. He's good on his feet and legs. It just kind of worked his way to the top. The buck in second's a real nice made sheep. He's really bold. He carries himself really well around the ring. A ram that's got some natural thickness. Once you get your hands in him, he's real correct on his feet and legs. The buck in third's a buck I really liked for his growth, for his extension. He just narrows up a little bit when you get behind him, but a ram you really got to appreciate from the point of his shoulders. He's wide up there, and he stays pretty true all the way through. Real intriguing ram to me when you handle him was the buck I got in fourth. A solid sheep, really a bold ram, a ram that's got some muscle and loin shape down his top. Really good hip buck. Once you get analyzing, he just doesn't have quite the flair, an extra length of body that I'm looking for. And then I come in here with a really good footed ram and one of the longer rams. I'd like to put a little bit more to him, deepen him up a little bit, maybe get a little bit more muscle in him, but a ram I think's got a bright future. It's the way I see him.
On the Dorset side of the ring, I think just a super set of winter bucks here. And I tell you, if you're looking on the sidelines for a stud buck here and you need to add something to your program, you need to be talking to these guys because I think there's a good set all the way down. There's bucks that are sound, bucks that have some red meat and muscle in them. And this is the way I see them today. There's a lot of differences in them, and especially in this top lineup, and we'll talk about those. I think we get the two on top here that kind of have to be here for me. These are the two when you run your hands down their top. They're very, very true. They've got some width and dimension to them. And then breaking these apart, this first place buck is just sound as a penny. You get on the side of this one, he's got a nice look to him. He ties great in his shoulder, comes out the point of his shoulder awfully nice. I like him on his feet and legs. He's got a big, big hip hitting, lots of red meat and muscle there in the center portion of his stifle. He moves good, he tracks good. And then he's got a pretty good head, maybe a little open compared to some of the sheep that we'll see today, but I think that the head shape's good, the ear set's good. He's free of color. I think that's an awfully nice ram to get started with. Our second place sheep here, a nice designed one as well. He's greener than his first place sheep. Maybe doesn't handle with as much mass down his top, but he's got the same build down his top. He's long from his 13th rib. He's angular up through his front. Stands on a nice set of feet and legs. He's got a big, long hip at him. If he was just a little more massive today in terms of pounds, I think we might haunt that first place sheep just a notch more. But again, a nice headed buck, a nice eared buck. This one's probably going to read to be a pretty big booger next year as we see him as a yearling ram. I think that's a nice sheep there in second as well. Third place sheep doesn't really fit anywhere here. I think we got to keep him right here, though. On the side view, some of you are saying, man, that's kind of a short, stockier one that you don't maybe like in his shoulder quite as nicely. This sheep's got a lot of good about him as well. We get past that, maybe give him just a notch more extension. This buck's really good-footed. He moves around the ring good. He's got lots of red meat and muscle in him. Get on the side, he's got some depth and volume to him. Yeah, maybe we'd stretch him out compared to those first two sheep, but he's big-hipped, lots of muscle about him, big topped. If you can get past the front end, I'm going to leave him in third today because I think he's a high-quality ram. Our fourth place sheep. Here's one, another really nice headed buck, another good-footed buck, a buck that you like lots of things about. He's simply green today. He doesn't handle with as much mass down his top as those first three rams do, but a ram I think has got a bright future to him. He's got some length from his 13th rib. He's got a big hip in him, and again, just super nice in terms of his breed character. I think that's an awfully nice one in fourth. And then we got a big guy here in five, and he's awfully nice too, really good and true down his top. Maybe just doesn't balance out quite as nicely as those four rams ahead of him. You certainly appreciate the length about him, though. Certainly a ram in his own right that brings a lot of good to the table. And then our sixth place ram, really a long-sided sheep. I'd like to deepen him up just a notch, but a ram that's got some bone about him, maybe just a notch of that color there on his lips. But guys, that's a great class of winter rams. Congratulations.
For the Dorsets, we're now ready for fitted spring ram lambs. Fitted spring ram lambs. For the Hampshires, we're ready for fitted February ram lambs. Placing on the Hampshire class of fitted January ram lambs, first to entry 17, Rickow 5026, Fireman. Rickow Hamps, Arcadia, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 25, Strawberry Fields 1508, Strawberry Fields Hampshires of West Greenwich, Rhode Island. Second to entry number 19, Pine Lawn Farm, Caskey Family, Holland, Minnesota. 4 to 18, Jennifer Livermore, Media, Illinois. 5 to entry 20, Bobbendreyer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6th place to 27, Ronald Pullen, Waterloo, Iowa. 7 to entry 21, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. 8 to 22, Bobbendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 9 to 24, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. And 10 to 15, Elaine Dorn, Aradia, Wisconsin. Placing on the pole, Dorset class of fitted winter ram lambs. First place goes to entry 16, McDaniel, 1525, Purple Ribbon Farms, Camargo, Illinois. Second place to 23, Sid's Dorsets, 415, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Third to 25, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4 to entry number 27, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 5 to 20, Devin Walco of DeSmet, South Dakota. 6th place to 24, Lobdell Dorsets, Freeport, Illinois. 7 to 22, Dick Matlack, Mount Gilead, Ohio. 8 to 18, Celine Sicard, Colchester, Connecticut. And 9 to 19, Kendrick Dorsets, Astoria, Illinois.
Another nice set of spring lambs here in the Dorsets, and from the sidelines you say, boy, he's all over the board on this deal, and I promise you there's just no board to get on. There's a bunch of different types of sheep here. And there's some good in all of them. I think there's some pieces and some parts here. Certainly a really tough class to put together. This is the way I see it today. I think we come up with 2 bucks here that have got to be on top, and then we got to make some decisions. First buck, there's just simply more of him today. Buck that's got a really good top in him. He's really long from his 13th rib. He's got a big hip in him. Lots of red meat and muscle. Stands on a super set of feet and legs. We set him into motion. He moves good for us. Ties nice at the point of his shoulders. Just a nice handling buck here in terms of his width and dimension. I understand spring's quite a big time in our life and time of our year. There's a lot of variance in ages here. That ram's going to win today. Just a lot more to him. Our second place sheep, just a neat designed one here. This is one that I'm probably going to read as being a great big one next year. He's green over his top today. Reads like maybe they used him quite a bit here over his top in terms of how he handles. But another ram that's just tied nice in his shoulder. Got a big level hip in him. Lots of length about him. Certainly a nice ram as well. Our third ram, big stout booger here. Like to change him in his shoulder if we could as he comes out of the point of his shoulder, gets a little bit bold there as he lays in for us. But after that, he's got a lot of red meat and muscle in him, lots of bone about him. A nice headed ram. I think a ram that has to kind of keep himself up here. You'd change him in his shoulder just a notch, maybe just hunt these 2, but I think that's a nice ram in third as well. Little green ram here in 4, ram that shortens up just a notch, but a ram that brings a lot of good to the table as well. Nice headed, got a big top in him. A ram that if we could just stretch him out just a notch, I could see us get him into that second hole or third hole pretty easily. But a ram that's nice designed, I think a ram that brings a lot of nice things to the table in terms of his hip, in terms of his pin set. That's an awfully nice one as well. And then a green ram here in 5. We're going to read him more next year. Ram that's nice design. I'd just like to deepen him up just a notch if we could. Guys, a nice set of spring lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted spring ram lamb class, first place to entry at 29, Turtle Mead 1519, Paul and Nancy Wissinger, Sinking Spring, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 35, Purple Ribbon Farm 1557, Purple Ribbon Farm, Camargo, Illinois. Third to entry 30, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to 31, Christina Zander, Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 to entry number 37, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. 6 to 36, Showgirls Sheep Company, Paris, Illinois. 7 to 28, Frechty Family Dorsets, Ward, South Dakota. 8 to entry 34, Purple Ribbon Farms, Camargo, Illinois. And 9 to 38, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. Again, now showing Pole Dorset Slick Shorn Winter/Spring Ram Lambs.
This February class of buck lambs, they're deep. Took me a little bit, but I'm going to use the buck that he's the most extended sheep. I think he's got the most future as far as growth. He's really good-footed. He's got a big hip in him. The sheep with the extension about him. He comes across his blades. He's wide enough. He may appear to be a little bit higher flanked. I'd like to maybe put it a little bit, but I think that a sheep that matures out, there's a lot of grow left in this lamb, but he is wide pinned. He walks out. I like it. either had to go one or go three, and I just think there's too much good about him not to use. The two problem sheep, or the two next comparable sheep, are the rams in second and third, very similar in their kind. I think the buck in second, I think, to me, he just has a little bit more future in him. He's really a rugged made ram with a lot of product in him. He's up on his feet. He moves good. A really free gliding sheep here in third. There's really not a hole in him. A sheep that maybe you'd like to extend him a little bit. I mean, you get any hands in him, but a ram, I really like his hip in him. He's long. He's really wide pinned. He's a beautiful breed type. Really a nice top three. We get into a ram in fourth that I really didn't know if I'd work him up here. I thought he was a little bit lighter bone, but a ram that's really true about his muscle shape down his top. A ram that's got a lot of body to him, and he moves out. The buck in fifth, a real high performance ram, a ram that I thought maybe he'd be working his way up here in the second hole. I just like to change him off that one rear leg a little bit, but a real interesting class.
On the Dorset side of the ring, 3 Slickshoes spring and winter ram lambs here. I think a nice trio. I think we get one on top pretty easily for me, a ram that's got a lot of balance to him. He's the largest bone and best headed ram by far. When you get on top of this sheep, he's got a big wide top and he carries back in through his hip nice, got some center portion of his leg shape there. Just a nice ram to start the class with. Our second place sheep, maybe a notch longer here from flank to flank. Really long when you're presenting from his 13th rib. He just gets a little bit tapered out through his hip as he works out through his pins compared to that first place sheep. Maybe not quite as stout in his bone work here, but I think this is an awfully nice one as well. Our third place ram, a lot of red meat and muscle in this one, a lot of thickness and dimension to him. Again, gets a notch finer, maybe changing about his head just a notch, but I think 3 nice slick-shoed ram lambs. Congratulations.
For the Poll Dorsets, we're now ready for pair of ram lambs, pair ram lambs for the Poll Dorsets. Over on the Hampshire side of the ring, we're ready for fitted March and later born ram lambs. Placing on the class of February fitted ram lambs for the Hampshires, first to entry 33, BMWM 539, L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. Second to 30, Caskey 5508, Pine Lawn Farm, Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota. Third to 44, Rabbit Creek Sheep Farm, LLC, Elko, Nevada. 4 to entry 35, Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 5 to entry 42, Strawberry Fields, Hampshires of West Greenwich, Rhode Island. 6 to 43, Jerry Daniels, Agency, Missouri. 7 to entry 37, Strawberry Fields, Hampshires, West Greenwich, Rhode Island. 8 to 38, Christian Tift, Spirit Lake, Iowa. 9 to 32, Dylan Klug, Grafton, Wisconsin. And 10 to 39, L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. Placing on the Poll Dorset Slickshorn winter/spring ram lamb class, first to 42, Gunsmoke 1525, Henderson Livestock, Perry, Oklahoma. Second to 41, Myers 8866, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. And third to entry 40, Monica Ebert, St. George, Kansas. Pole Dorset exhibitors, your next class will be for fitted junior champion ram and reserve. Placing on the pair of ram lambs for the Pole Dorsets, first place goes to Purple Ribbon Farm, Camargo, Illinois. Second to Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. And third to Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. Again, now ready to show for fitted junior champion ram and reserve. Following that, we will show fitted grand champion ram and fitted reserve grand champion ram class before going to the Slickshorn grand champion show, and then an overall grand champion ram and reserve using the fitted champion and the Slickshorn overall champion.
On Dorset side of the ring, let's put our hands together here for our junior and reserve junior champion rams. I tell you, I think this is an awfully nice set of bucks here. Again, as we talked in class, there's some differences in these rams in that winter class and in that spring class, but I think we get back at her with 6 awfully nice individuals that represent the Dorset breed awfully well. We can go a couple different ways here and be pretty happy. These 3 on this first lineup are awfully good. And after saying that, they're awfully different as well. There's one that kind of is a combination sheep for me. I'd like to stretch him just a notch compared to the 2 on either side of him. We're going to use this middle buck here for our junior champion. Congratulations. I think it's a notch closer for me. We've got a buck on the right here with a great big hip in him. If you're going to change this one, maybe just deepen him up just a notch, but super long about him. Then that spring buck there is a big buck that's got a lot of width and dimension to him. I'm going to use the hip buck here today. Congratulations to you guys, reserve champion.
Fitted junior champion ram for the Poll Dorsets goes to entry number 16. First place out of the fitted winter ram lamb class, McDaniel 1525, Purple Ribbon Farms, Camargo, Illinois. The fitted reserve junior champion ram goes to entry number 12. First in the fitted late fall ram lamb class, Nichols 1445, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. We're now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion fitted ram for the Poll Dorsets. So we need those 2 back in the ring to stay, along with entry number 2 and entry number 8, our senior champion and reserve senior champion fitted rams.
Dorset side of the ring. Let's put our hands together here. Just an awfully nice group of Dorsets as we come back in here for our champion in reserve. I think just 4 whale-type rams here for us to pick our champion in reserve from. I've watched a lot of these shows, never actually sorted this one here, but I tell you, these 4 rams standing out here exemplify what I think we need to be looking for in Dorsets. They've got some size to them. They've got some top shape to them. They look like Dorsets about their head. Their hips are awesome. Their feet and legs are good. I think just 4 awfully good ones here. And I think we could go a couple different ways and be pretty happy with this. I'd drive back to the motel tonight and be pretty happy however I picked this today. I think we got a yearling ram, though, today. When you get one that's this big and this good, and I'm assuming they probably use this ram or they probably wouldn't have him around here for us. He handles super down his top. He's got a lot of width and dimension to him, lots of shape to him back in through his hip. Is he perfect? No. None of these are perfect. If we had him perfect, we'd quit this deal. He'll be our champion today. Congratulations. Then I think it gets a notch closer here for our reserve. I tell you, I like this junior lamb quite a bit. He is a bold ram, a ram that's got a lot of good pieces about him. I'd like to stretch him out just a notch if we could. I'm going to come back and get this reserve senior champion for reserve. I like this fall buck a bunch too. Congratulations on an awfully nice one to you.
Fitted grand champion ram for the Poll Dorsets goes to entry number 2, our fitted senior champion ram. First out of the fitted yearling ram class, Captain Stubby, McDaniel, 1422, McDaniel Ranch, and Paul and Nancy Wissinger, Greenfield, Indiana. The reserve grand champion fitted ram goes to entry number 8, our reserve fitted senior champion. First in the fitted early fall ram lamb class, Reynolds Stock Farm, 1503. Pine Ridge Dorsets, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Now ready to show for Slick Shorn, grand champion ram. We'll need the Slick Shorn fall ram lamb of Tyler Myers, and we'll need the first and second out of the Slick Shorn winter/spring ram lamb class, Henderson Livestock, and also Tyler Myers there.
Again, on Dorset side of the ring, 3 slick-sheared rams come out here for a champion in reserve, and a lot of differences in these, but I think a couple of them bring some nice things to the table here for us. This first place lineup, a couple different bucks here. We got a fall ram here that's got quite a bit more volume to him today. He's big old top, got a lot of shape to him. Maybe like to change him on his wheels just a notch, maybe like to stouten him up just a bit. If you could, maybe change him about his head just a notch too. And then you got a spring lamb here, neat design lamb. He's really good headed. I really like the bone underneath this ram. He's pretty green when you handle him down his top. He's got some rack shape to him, got some hip shape to him. He'll be our champion today. We'll use this spring lamb for champion. Congratulations. We'll get that fall ram for reserve.
Now ready to show for overall grand champion and reserve Poll Dorset ram. Our Slick Shorn grand champion ram went to entry 42, first in the Slick Shorn winter/spring ram lamb class, Gunsmoke 1525, Henderson Livestock, Perry, Oklahoma. The reserve Slick Sheared champion ram goes to entry 14, first in the Slick Shorn fall ram lamb class, Myers 8777, Tyler Myers, Rushsylvania, Ohio.
Old Dorset exhibitors, an awfully nice set of rams here all the way through from the slick shear to the fitted rams today. Certainly been my pleasure and looking forward to the female show as well. We're going to use those 2 fitted bucks today for our champion reserve. I think this is an awfully nice pair. Congratulations to the exhibitors on an awfully nice set of rams today.
Our grand champion overall for the Pole Dorset Ram Show goes to entry number 2, our fitted grand champion ram, the fitted yearling ram, Captain Stubby McDaniel, 1422 McDaniel Ranch and Paul and Nancy Wissinger, Greenfield, Indiana. The reserve grand champion goes to entry number 8, our fitted reserve senior champion ram, our reserve grand champion fitted ram, the first place out of the fitted early fall ram lamb class, Reynolds Stock Farm 1503, Olivia Wagner, Pine Ridge, Dorset's, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Now ready for best headed ram, Pole Dorset best headed ram.
We get in this last class Hamp buck lambs. I really was impressed with the quality. I think if you're a breeder, you can find whatever you want out here. There's really nothing that I called too overaged. I think they're all very true in their age. The ram I'm starting with is the biggest outlined ram. He's the shortest fleeced ram. The ram is just, they probably took a little bit off the tail head. When you look at him, you think, well, he might roll off. He's really wide pinned. He's a square topped ram. Ram that's probably the highest at the point of the shoulder. I think he's got a lot of future in him. Buck in second, buck in third are very similar in their makeups. The ram I'm using in second is just a little bit wider. He's got a little bit more natural width to him. Ram that maybe just a little bit higher at the point of the shoulder also, but I think they're very similar. Buck in third, he's at a disadvantage. I think he's probably got about an inch less of wool than maybe the ram in second, but a ram I really appreciate. He's true. What you're seeing is the way he looks. I'd maybe just put a little bit more width, but at this age, a March buck with this kind of frame score that's going to grow out, this may be the contender next year. The real cool, the real attractive little lamb out in the class, I really like the way she walked around. This sheep's got a lot of breeding potentials, the lamb in fourth, a lamb that you really got to appreciate. I just like to maybe blow her apart a little bit when you come off the point of her shoulder, fill her out a little bit right there, but a sheep I really appreciate. This little lamb down here in the 5-hole, lamb that I was studying a little bit, I think he's getting a little bit bolder in his neck. Thinking he's just getting a little bit too thick up through his front end. But a sheep that you really got to appreciate. There's not really a hole in him. I couldn't get him any lower, but I just think there's not quite as much future. And we get in these young classes that I'd like to see. But congratulations, you guys. This is really a nice class.
Pull Dorset side of the ring. I think this is a great group that comes out here for our best headed. I tell you, there was one in class that just really jumped out at me. I think a masculine head, yet the right shape and the right ear set for me. I'll go out and select our champion best headed. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Best headed ram for our Pole Dorset show goes to entry number 27 out of the fitted winter ram lamb class, Spildy 9112, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. I think you did. I'm real sure you did. Based on who it was. I know you don't. I do. Because they're from Indiana, so I do know. I know.
I got another one.
Placing on the class of March and later born ram lambs for the fitted Hampshire show. First place to entry 47, Strawberry Fields 1522, Strawberry Fields, Hampshire's, West Greenwich, Rhode Island. Second to entry number 52, Lambert 1506, Plaza Hamps, Agency, Missouri. Third place to entry 56, Bobbendreyer Hampshire's, Pipestone, Minnesota. 4 to 59, Rabbit Creek Farm, LLC, Elko, Nevada. 5 to entry 46, Charland Farms, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. 6th place to 55, Pine Lawn Farm, Caskey Family, Holland, Minnesota. 7 to 57, Mum Hampshire's, Whiteheath, Illinois. 8 to 49, Strawberry Fields Hampshire's, West Greenwich, Rhode Island. 9 to 51, Pine Lawn Farm, Caskey Family, Holland, Minnesota. And 10 to 48, L&L Hampshire's, Blair, Nebraska.
This pair is a type and kind and similarities, and sheep I'm starting with wasn't the highest placing, but they are the most similar. And then you get into this pair class, that's what I'm looking for. What matches up, what comes off the breeder is consistency, and I think this pet set that I start with is true. They both are similar in their breed type and their build.
Placing on the class of pair ram lambs in the fitted Hampshire show. First place goes to Bobbindryer, Hampshire's, Pipestone, Minnesota. Second to Strawberry Fields, Hampshire's, West Greenwich, Rhode Island. Third to Pine Lawn Farm, Caskey Family, Holland, Minnesota. And fourth to Bill Chapin of Coal City, Illinois. In the National Pole Dorset Show today, the Don Moorhead Memorial Trophy will be given by the family of Mr. Moorhead as a memorial and presented to the winner of the champion ram. The trophy is to be in the possession of the breeder who wins it for 1 year, and then his name is engraved on it and brought back to the North American for next year's show. Also, the Windswept Farm Dorset Sire of the Year Award will be awarded. Dr. and Mrs. George Downsborough, owners of Windswept Farm, State College, Pennsylvania, have presented this perpetual plaque for the owner or owners of the ram who sires the most champions and top placing class winners at the North American International Dorset Show. The top sire will be calculated on a point system without regard to ownership of the animals being shown by breeders and exhibitors. And for our Hampshire show today, some trophies given there. The Jim Kretcher Trophy, a traveling trophy given in honor of Jim Kretcher, a former executive secretary of the association, presented to the exhibitor of the first place mixed pair. The Flock Challenge Cup, presented in honor of D.L. and R.E. Chapman, breeders of Hampshires for over 50 years, sponsored by Chapman Sheep Farm of South Rockwood, Michigan. And the Roy Gilman Memorial Award in honor of Mr. Gilman, who was the American Hampshire Sheep Association Executive Secretary from 1956 through 1975. That award will be given for the first place young flock.
In this junior Hampshire drive bucks, I'm very impressed with the quality. A person there, I don't know, 2-3 years ago said, "Oh, there's just no places to find rams. There's no, our seed stock resources is running to a minimal." And I think if you are sitting around the ring, that's quite to be disputed. Every one of these bucks are stud rams. This is personal preference. I think they've all got some tremendous length. They're good-footed. They got good breed type. I do like probably a little wider hip in them, the pin set. And, we're just getting kind of picky to get into all that. But we need some volume. We need some mass. I think these sheep got it when you get in them. They've got a lot of growth left to them. I'll give another second or two, and then I'll go out and congratulate your junior champion, reserve junior champion.
Fitted junior champion ram for the Hampshire show goes to entry number 33. The first place in the February Ram Lamb class, BMWM 539, L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. The reserve junior champion to entry 47. First in the March and later Ram Lamb class, Strawberry Fields 1522, Strawberry Fields Hampshires of West Greenwich, Rhode Island. Now ready to show for fitted champion and reserve. So we'll need the senior champion along with and reserve, along with that junior champion and reserve in the ring at this time.
On the Pole Dorset side of the ring today, I tell you, this is, I saw the crowd gather up. This is what everybody's kind of been waiting for here. And I tell you, I put myself in kind of a bad position this summer with this set of sheep. And I tell you, this deal's tough. I kind of almost turned this deal down because of this deal. And I'm kind of glad I didn't, though. I've had fun so far. This class is pretty tough on me, I'm not going to lie. I think we've got a Bearcat set of ewes here in this deal, and I feel sorry for those ones that are in 3 through 9 there, that you've been thrown into a den of grizzly bears here, and I think just an awfully good set of sheep here. These 2 first ewes are very, very different, but both of them, I think, are awfully, awfully good. I know the history on one of these ewes. I was actually on the phone and bidding on the second place ewe, and you all know that. You also know what she brought. And you also know that probably Olivia hauled some of my Suffolks out here for me. And I tell you, this is a really tough position in my opinion. But when you start to look at both of these ewes, there's just a tremendous amount of good in both of them. And I had to make a decision, and I've done it. This first ewe here, she moves like a heifer. If you've watched any of these cattle shows, this ewe moves really, really good. When she takes that first stride, this is where we get them sorted for me. When she takes that first stride, she holds herself together. Would you like to stretch this ewe out just a notch? You bet you would. She is plenty long, though, when you percent her from her 13th rib. She's got the tremendous look there from the side in terms of her depth and volume. She's heavier bred probably than this second place ewe. A ewe that's got a great big hip in her, lots of red meat and muscle in her. I think she's nice-headed. I probably prefer her on her toes just a little bit better. She's maybe got just a notch more circumference of bone. She lays in her shoulder really good. I'm not tearing that second one apart at all. I think that's an awfully good pair of ewes, guys. Congratulations. Our second place ewe, maybe a notch longer from flank to flank here on the visual. When you get them percented, though, there's not much difference in them. Both these females are good and long-topped. Just a tremendous pair. Maybe the second place ewe might cut up in her flank just a notch. But golly, I just hate to tear them apart. I know what the heritage is. I'd like to load both of these up and take them to my little Dorset program back in Glen, Pennsylvania, and try something with them. Guys, that's an awfully good pair. Congratulations. Our third place ewe, here's another nice ewe, and I tell you, if these 2 weren't here, this one would be an awfully good one today. She's made good. She's got a big, big top in her, a big hip in her. She's really good on her feet and legs, gorgeous headed, lays nice in her shoulder, and I think makes a nice third hole for us. Our fourth place ewe, another deep-sided ewe, big, big volume type of ewe. You Dorset exhibitors ought to be proud. This is an awfully good set. Guys, congratulations all the way down on an awesome set of females as we get started today.
This champion Hampshire national champion lineup, I feel really good about what we got out here. The breeders ought to be commended for the quality of stud rams, and I think I feel these are really true stud rams. They've got the look, they got masculinity to them. I will go out, congratulate your national champion ram and your reserve national.
For our fitted Hampshire show, our champion ram goes to entry 29. Our fitted senior champion, fitted yearling ram held 14-1547. Jeff held Aurora, South Dakota. The reserve goes to our junior champion. First out of the class of February ram lambs, BMWM 539 L&L, Hampshire's Blair, Nebraska. Now ready to go to our ewe show. Early fitted yearling ewes. Those animals born prior to and including January 31. For our Pole Dorset side, we're ready for our fitted late yearling ewes. Those animals born January 1 and after. Placing on the fitted early yearling ewe class, first to Bradford Jensen Partnership 0350, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second to entry 49, Loudon Acres 872, Ophelia. Olivia Wagner, Pine Ridge, Dorset's East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Third to 50, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. 4 to 45, Brome's Enterprises, registered Suffolks, Brillion, Wisconsin. 5 to entry number 51, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. 6 to 47, Blake Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 7 to entry number 44, Dick Matlack, Mount Gilead, Ohio, and 8-52, Stephen Campbell, Blairsville, Pennsylvania.
Another whale set of ewes here in this Pole Dorset lineup. Again, I think all the way down, just real functional type females. Females that bring a lot of good to the table. Again, there's a lot of differences in this class, and we'll talk about them here. I think we do come up with a pair of ewes here on top, though, that are real identical. These ewes bring a lot of things to the table in terms of their depth, their volume, their rib, their width and dimension, good on their feet and legs. And then where we sort these two apart, in my opinion, is just right back there in that hip structure, and as they carry out through their pin set for me, I maybe prefer this one here in this front placing here a little bit better than that second one. I think this is a nice headed ewe. She's super sound on her feet and legs. From the side, she looks like you might want to stretch her out just a little bit. When you get your hands on her, though, she presents as long as anything we've got. Got a big top in her, a big square hip in her, and for as much red meat and muscle as she has in her, she lays super in her shoulder, comes out of her chest floor really nice. I like her at the point of her shoulder. I think another, like I said, a nice headed ewe. I think just a nice pair here in 1 and 2. Our second ewe here maybe is the ewe from the side that maybe looks just a notch longer, but when we, again, present them out, I think they're pretty identical there. This ewe, if we could just bring her up in her tail set just a notch, and that's being awfully picky of an awfully nice pair, but that's a nice pair of good headed ewes, good sound, functional ewes that are really good on their feet and legs. I think a nice pair in 1 and 2. Our third ewe, here's another ewe that you like a lot of things about. She's maybe just a notch finer than those first 2 ewes. Maybe a ewe that's kind of wanting to suck her front end down just a little bit today. But a ewe, when you get your hands on this one, there's not much wool on this one. What you see is what you get. She's got a big top and a big hip in her. I love her out through her tail. If we could just deepen her up compared to those first 2 ewes, and maybe haunt them just a notch better, I think that's an awfully nice female in third as well. A real fresh ewe here in 4. You appreciate the top line. Again, this one doesn't have much wool on her either. She's given up some size and scale to a couple of ewes on either side of her. This one's a great topped one, though. She's really good right behind her shoulder. She carries back in her hip really nice. Got a big flat hip in her and square as she moves out through her pins. Again, maybe just gets a little bit finer compared to those ewes ahead of her. I think she's got adequate bone, though. She's certainly nice design and got some length to her. We'll leave her in that 4th place hole. Maybe a bigger ewe here in 5. Ewe that maybe just from the side doesn't balance out quite as nicely. Again, maybe right in behind her as she sets those rear wheels. Maybe you'd like to just square her up just a notch if we could. But here's a nice headed ewe that's done some growing. She's got some thickness to her. Again, I think very deserving of standing in this lineup. Then we got a big girl here in 6, and I tell you, this is an awfully neat female. She's certainly a piece. I like her head. She ties together nice at her shoulder. Really long and lengthy about her. I like her bone. She's really good on her feet and legs. When we set this one into motion, she wants to get tucked up underneath herself and roach her spine up. She doesn't move as free and easy as those ewes ahead of her. We got to keep her on this sideline, though. If you want a big sheep, here's one that is. She's certainly got some length about her. Guys, congratulations on an awfully nice set of Pole Dorset ewes.
Wow. Little warning to the rest of the Hampshire. The first lap's pretty fast. We're using a ewe here that I think is just really a true definition of a brood ewe. The one thing I am just a skosh questionable of, but you got enough bone in her. They're standing on a golf ball to get it through a garden hose is not a fun deal. So I don't know if I'd go any farther on your bone workup. But as far as mass, as far as broodiness, she looks like a hamp. This is just a real impressive female. Ewe in second comes out, and it's like, it's going to take a pretty good one to get around this one, because this ewe right here is more what the adequate bone work I'm looking for. I think they're a little freer, easier when they get older to get up and around. This sheep's really, really solid. She's straight. It's hard to find a hole in her, but they're just not quite enough to put me up into the top end of this one. Ewe in third is, I'm going to use the word angularity. I don't know if many people know about it, use it, think it, breed it, but this ewe is beautifully angled. She gets wider, she gets farther back into the muscle and the cuts. She's really, really neat. She's got very little wool on her. Yeah, she could use a little bit more bone, but the 2 in front of her are awful good. And we come into 2 ewes here in 4th and 5th that they're very similar. I think the ewe in 4th there is just a little bit solider off her hip than the ewe in 5th, and another really, really high performance, really stud looking ewe in the 5th hole. Congratulations, folks. Those are really nice ones.
For the Dorsets, now ready for Slick Shorn yearling ewes, Pole Dorset Slick Shorn yearling ewes, and for the Hampshires, ready for the late class of fitted yearling ewes. Late class fitted yearling ewes, those animals born February 1 and after. Placing on the Pole Dorset class of late yearling ewes for the fitted division. First place goes to entry 55, Spildy 9042, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 54, Stunkel 2242, Glenn Stunkel, Tuscarora, Maryland. Third to entry number 62, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 4 to 64, Christina Zander, Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 to 59, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. 6 to 65, Showgirl Sheep Company, Paris, Illinois. 7 to 56, Austin Etzler, South Salone, Ohio. 8 to entry 53, Elaine Dorn, Aradia, Wisconsin. 9 to 58, Pointer Sheep Farm, Paris, Illinois. And 10 to 60, Brome's Enterprises, Brillion, Wisconsin. Bruce. Placing on the early class of fitted yearling used for the Hampshires. First place goes to entry number 70, L&L 1484. L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. Second place to 61, Mad River Valley Hampshires 171X 136, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Third to 69, Bobendreyer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fourth place to entry 73, Ronald Pullen, Waterloo, Iowa. 5 to entry 66, L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. 6 to 62, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. 7 to 71, Phyllis Davison, Wichita, Kansas. 8th place to entry 78, Rickow Hamps, Arcadia, Wisconsin. 9 to 64, Bill Chapin, Coal City, Illinois. And 10 to 75, Adam Heichman and 3 ADH Farm, Mount Jackson, Virginia.
On the Dorset side of the ring here, just an awesome set of slick sheared ewes all the way down, guys. I tell you that. And again, we're going to see this as we continue to peel the wool off these sheep. There's a tremendous amount of differences in these ewes, and that's okay. Different programs going on, different sheep going different directions, and I think that's okay here for us. I think we get the lineup here of these top 5 that bring the most to the table in terms of their soundness, in terms of their muscle shape for us. They're not the biggest ewes. They're not maybe the longest ewes in the class. We've got a couple of them down there, but I think this is an awfully nice group here in terms of their shape, in terms of their muscle and the way they laid on their skeleton here. I think we got an awfully good pair, and again, these are very different. We probably got a fresher ewe here to start the class with, a ewe that's not carrying as much finish. She balances out really nice from the side, really ties nice on her shoulder. I prefer her right there up through her front end. She comes out of her chest floor and angles right up there in the top point of her shoulders like you like to see them. A ewe from the side's got a nice view for us. She drops her flank really nice. She's got some depth to her. And then when you get in behind these two ewes, this one probably comes out just a notch square as she comes out through her pins and works back into that hip structure. A ewe, though, if you're going to change this one, maybe like to stouten her up compared to that first place ewe. Maybe give her just a notch more bone. But I think she's a nice-headed ewe. She's certainly an angular ewe, and she's given up a neat package here in terms of her look. I think we're going to use her for our first place ewe today. Our second place ewe, here's an awfully nice design one as well. Again, like I said, maybe a notch bigger boned, maybe a little more wool on her legs. Certainly a female, when you set her into motion, she moves good. I'd like to change her right in her shoulder just a little bit. We're going to see this, though. We're going to see these sheep get maybe a little bit bigger shoulders as we put some meat and muscle in them, and that's okay. This female is not one of those that you can't change in one shot. I think she's another good-headed ewe, very good top, very smooth. We get right in behind this one, though. I'd like to raise her up in her tail, maybe change her as she moves those rear wheels out for us, and that's being awfully picky. I think that's an awfully nice pair of slick-sheared ewes. Our third ewe, here's a greener ewe, or long-topped ewe, a ewe that's long from her 13th rib. She's given up some of that shape in her stifle compared to those first two ewes ahead of her, but a neat design that she built in her shoulder. Again, got a lot of shape to her as she get off from the side in terms of her depth and volume. We power her up just a notch. We might get her into that hunt. We'll leave her in that third today. Our fourth place ewe, another big boned ewe, rugged type of female, maybe not quite as balanced as those first three ewes ahead of her, but another nice headed ewe, and you appreciate the bone underneath this one. And then our fifth place ewe, here's a different program. Here's more of the weather style ewe, but this one's made good. She gets a little finer than compared to those first four ewes, but a ewe that's nice design from the side. She's got some shape in terms of her rack and back in through her hip. I think that's five nice ewes to get into that lineup here in our slick shirt class. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Now ready for Pole Dorset pair of yearling ewes, placing on the Slickshorn yearling ewe class for the Pole Dorsets. First place goes to entry 68, Shepherd's View, 1317, Shepherd's View, Bridgeville, Delaware. Second place to 71, Pointer Sheep Farm W2, Pointer Sheep Farm, Paris, Illinois. Third to entry 74, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 4 to 66, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. 5 to entry 78, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. 6 to 67, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. 7 to entry 70, Sean Beskid of Byesville, Ohio. 8 to entry 72, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. 9 to entry number 69, Dick Matlack, Mount Gilead, Ohio. And 10 to 73, Celine Sicard, Colchester, Connecticut. Placing on the Pole Dorset pair of yearling ewes, first place goes to Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. Second place to Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Third to Brome Enterprises, Brillion, Wisconsin. 4, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. And 5, Pointer Sheep Farm, Paris, Illinois.
We get into this class 2. I got a ewe that has a lot of mass to her, a sheep that's tremendous to get your hands into her. The thing I got a little concern, she's got flexing in rear pasterns, but she gets set up. She kind of holds herself up there on the move. She's a little softer than I want, but when you get her gathered up, she gets them up under her. And after studying it, I think she kind of usually gets everything I'm looking for put together, and I'll use her to win the class. A ewe in second, real angular ewe, a ewe that's actually a little thin when you put your hands on her, but she's really high-shouldered. She's really true up through her front end. She blends into her cage good. She's long hind-saddled. I like her up on her toes. The outline of her I really like. She's really a goose-fronted, kind of a stud-looking prospect. We come into another real solid ewe, a ewe carrying some condition. It's sound, follows probably my class winner a little better. I just like to change her. She's got a little more set on the move on her rear wheels. We come into 2 ewes that are real solid, straight. They're really full across the top. They're really wide-centered. They just don't have enough length to get me in the top 3.
Placing on the late class of fitted yearling ewes for the Hampshire's first place to entry 86, Benjamin, 1467, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Second place to entry number 79, Barshback, Hamps, Y214, Rickow, Hamps, Arcadia, Wisconsin. Third to entry number 76, Mum Hampshires, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4 to entry number 89, Strawberry Fields Hampshires, West Greenwich, Rhode Island. 5 to 90, L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. 6th place to entry 94, Bobbindryer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 7 to 97, Kelgard Farm, Takema, Nebraska. 8 to entry 83, Pine Lawn Farm, Caskey Family, Holland, Minnesota. 9th place to 80, Bobbindryer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. And 10 to entry 95, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Placing on the Hampshire class of pair yearling ewes, first place goes to L&L Hampshire's Blair, Nebraska. Second to Pine Lawn Farm, Caskey Family, Holland, Minnesota. Third to Bob and Dryer Hampshire's Pipestone, Minnesota. 4, Bob and Dryer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. 5 to Jessica Alp, Edgerton, Wisconsin. And 6 to Rick Al Hamps, Arcadia, Wisconsin.
Another nice set of ewes here as we start to work into these ewe lambs. I think just a great class all the way down again. Again, a lot of differences in these, and certainly you can see that from the side. I do think, though, we come up with two ewes here that are very similar. Both these ewes are the angular ewes up to their front end. They lay in their shoulder the nicest. Both these ewes come right out of the point of their shoulders, just like we like to see them. They move good. They set their feet down good and square as we track them around the ring for us. Both really, really long from our 13th rib. Both nice headed ewes, both with plenty of bone, and they're really stamps their feet down on all four corners like we like to see them. Where we get these two sorted apart, in my opinion, this first place ewe is just a little bit better outer tail. I'm pretty hard on that, and some of you know that. This female just comes out a notch better outer pins than that second place ewe does, and that's being awfully picky on an awfully good pair of ewes. This female is long from her 13th rib. She's got a big wide top in her, yet she's really angular up through her front. You set this one into motion, she stamps them down, moves around, tracks around the ring nice. I think that's a nice female to win the class with. Our second place ewe, again, this is just a great pair. We raise her tail up just a notch. This one's going to probably haunt that first one just a little bit more. Really neat from the side. She's got a lot of depth and volume to her. Might prefer this one right there in her rear flank compared to that first place ewe. This female's really good. She's good topped. We're going to leave them like that today. I think that's an awfully nice pair. Our third place ewe, here's a ewe that kind of keeps working on you here. She shortens up compared to those first two ewes, but for as much mass and muscle that she brings to the table, she also lays in her shoulder nice. She really comes out of the side of her shoulder good, at the point of her shoulder good. She's nice-headed. She's got some extra bone about her. If we could just lengthen her up just a notch from flank to flank there, and then in terms of her percentage, I don't think she's short, but she is shorter than those first two. I think that's an awfully nice ewe as well. Our fourth place ewe, here's a big ewe, and I tell you, this may be one of the better top ewes. There's not much wool on this ewe. When you run your hands down her, there's not much that you can change about her top line here. I get her here for us today when we set her into motion. I'd like to just free her up just a notch if we could as she tracks around the ring. But here's a long-sided big ewe, nice-headed. She's certainly angular up through her front. She'll probably be one to watch in that next year's lineup. I think she makes a nice fourth hole for us today. Big broody type of ewe here, maybe giving up some of that style and that pizzazz that we have in those first 4 ewes. Here's a real sound female, a female that you can take home and turn out. She's going to keep her condition. Female that's got a big top in her. She's got some rib to her. Again, clean her up in her shoulder just a little bit, maybe give her just a notch more extension there. You might haunt a couple of those ewes ahead of her, but this is one you certainly want to breed and continue on with the Dorset breed. And then here's probably the big ewe in sixth. Female that you like a tremendous thing, a lot of things about. Big wide top. She lays in her shoulder really nicely, and she's got plenty of bone about her. Certainly the biggest and probably the heaviest ewe here. Again, we set this one into motion. I'd like to change her. She gets just a notch straight right there in her back legs as she moves around the ring, but I tell you, another nice female. Guys, congratulations on a nice set of September ewe lambs.
Now ready for our senior championship and reserve senior championship for the fitted Pole Dorset show. Placing on the class of early fall ewe lambs, first place to entry 85, Loudon Acres, 923, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. Second to 87, Purple Ribbon, 1510, Glenn Stunkel, Tuscarora, Maryland. Third to entry number 93, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to 79, McDaniel Ranch, Greenfield, Indiana. 5 to 95, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 6 to 81, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. 7 to entry 88, Christina Zander, Shakopee, Minnesota. 8 to 89, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. 9 to 91, Purple Ribbon Farm, Camargo, Illinois. And 10 to 111, Stephen Campbell, Sinking Spring, Pennsylvania.
We're ringside here in the Dorset. Let's put our hands together here. Just a tremendous set of senior ewes here as we work into these Pole Dorset ewes. And I tell you, it's certainly been my pleasure to sort through them. I tell you, we've got 6 just really good ones here. They look like Dorsets. They've got some substance to them. They've got some bone to them. We're going to use this yearling ewe today for champion. I think this is an awfully good one here. Congratulations to you, young lady. You'll be our champion senior today. I tell you, it maybe gets a little closer for reserve. I'd tell you where my head's at. This fall ewe lamb gives them a run for their money for that reserve deal. I think she's made awfully good. She's put together good. She's got a big hip in her. Sends on a super set of feet and legs. We're going to use this reserve yearling, though, for a big sheep and a long sheep. She holds her top together really nicely for us. She'll be our reserve today. Congratulations.
This fall ewe class, I'm going to use with a real tight fleeced ewe. She's pretty well down to maybe 3/4 of an inch. Really long, really beautiful profile, really good outline. You get your hands on her, and she's actually got about as much width as the ewe in second. I'd like to maybe put a little more bone and maybe a little more wool on her legs, but she's getting a little refined, but she's just really a classy looking lamb, really up-fronted, beautiful angularity to her. Ewe in second looks more like the statue, but I think you get the wool off her, you're going to be finding out she's not going to be quite as dialed up, highly fit. She does have extra wool to make her look that good. Ewe in third is a ewe that follows in with the length, a little more length than the next three that follow her, but she gets on the move. She likes to kind of tuck under herself a little bit, and her spine isn't quite as correct to when she travels that I'd like. But a real interesting top three.
For the Hampshire show, placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the fitted division, first to entry number 99, Bobbin-Dryer 1 Flower 152, Bobbin-Dryer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. Second to 100, Hotaling 14565, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. Third to 103, Strawberry Fields Hampshires, West Greenwich, Rhode Island. 4 to 102, Bill Chapin, Coal City, Illinois. 5 to 104, Mum Hampshires of Whiteheath, Illinois. And 6 to 101, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Now ready to show for fitted senior champion and reserve ewe in the Hampshire ring. For the Dorsets, we're now ready for late fall fitted ewe lambs. Our fitted senior champion ewe went to entry 43. First in the early yearling ewe class, Bradford Jensen Partnership 0350, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. The reserve senior champion fitted ewe was 49. Second place in that early yearling ewe class, Loudon Acres 872, Ophelia D. Pine Ridge Dorsets, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Final call, Poll Dorset fitted late fall ewe lambs. Final call, Poll Dorset fitted late fall ewe lambs.
In your Hampshire Senior U Drive, I'm pretty impressed by the quality that we've brought out so far. It's been fun at this point. I think we've got 3 that are top shelf sheep in the Hampshire breed, and I haven't been following it real close, but these sheep are truly outstanding. It's real close to me. It comes down to maybe a sheep that's just got a little bit cleaner chest floor, a little bit more jacked up for your reserve, but I'll go out and select your grand and your senior champion or reserve senior champion.
In the Hampshire ring, we're ready for fitted January ewe lambs. Fitted January ewe lambs. Our fitted senior champion ewe was entry number 70 out of the early fitted yearling ewe class. L&L 1484, L&L Hampshire's Blair, Nebraska. Reserve went to the second place animal in that same early fitted yearling ewe class. Mad River Valley Hampshire's 171X 136, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Again, now ready for fitted January ewe lambs.
On the Dorset side of the ring here, maybe a little tougher set of ewe lambs here to put together, but I tell you, I think all 6 of these ewes are awfully good, and even on down, we've got ewes that are just awfully good type of females here. There's not really one type and kind to kind of roll with here, so I'm going to try to keep the quality up here. I think we got the 2 here that in terms of movement, in terms of handle, in terms of the way they're put together in their shoulder and their chest floor, these 2 got to be here in 1 and 2 for us. And then we sort these apart. This first ewe's a little bit longer here. Female, it's just an elegant look about her on the side. She's plenty extreme, yet when you get on the side of her, she's got some depth and volume to her. She lays that rear flank in really nicely. Gorgeous fronted, really, really feminine, long neck, really jerk necked, and as you know me, I like that look, but I also like some substance to them. This one's also very good footed. She tracks wide, she moves around the ring free and easy. Just an awfully nice female. This will be one to watch next year in terms of a yearling ewe. That's an awfully good female. Our second place ewe, here's one that on the side that some of you watching probably say, man, she's just too short to be here. This female, though, when she presents her out, she presents just fine. I tell you what, I'd like to have a whole bunch of those running around in the pasture, because if you don't think you can find a buck to make that one work, you're wrong. She's made good. She's got a big hip, lots of red meat and muscle in her. She's sound on her feet and legs. She's got plenty of bone, gorgeous headed. We track this one. That's why she's here. She sets those feet down on all 4 corners like we like to see. I think we got to start paying a little more attention to that. This one moves really, really good. We're going to leave her in that second hole today. Our third ewe, here's an elegant female. Female, again, very, very good top. Not much wool on her. She's got a big, big hip in her and a big top in her. We set this one into motion. She kind of wants to suck her front end down, kind of get a little bit lower chested for us. But that's it. This female's good-footed. She's got plenty of bone about her. She's nice-headed, and again, very, very good top. And I think we can't get any lower in third here for her. I think that's a beautiful female there, and also probably one to watch next year in the yearling ewe drive. Fourth place ewe. Here's one that comes out in terms of her handle that probably needs to be a little bit higher here for us. This female, when you handle this ewe, she's really impressive. Huge, huge hip in her. Comes right out her tail like I like to see them. Really long-hipped and long-sided there from flank to flank, and then when you present her out, she's also long. She's good-footed. She's got plenty of bone. She's nice-headed. Where I get her into fourth today is just when we move her. She just does not stay together when we put her into motion. She wants to kind of hunch up, kind of lower her front end, and just kind of fall apart. That's too bad, because this female standing is an awfully good one, and I think a lot of her as well. Our fifth place ewe, here's a real rugged ewe. Maybe like to stretch this one out just a notch. A female, though, that's gorgeous-headed. She's good-footed. If we could lengthen her out just a little bit, might get into a little more of that hunt in that third hole for us. I think that's a great female as well with a big old top. And then our sixth place ewe, here's a neat design one. She's pretty green today. Stamps those feet down nicely. You'd like to deepen her up there in that rear flank just a notch. That one's going to be a big one next year. Guys, congratulations on a nice set of ewe lambs.
Now ready for Pole Dorset Slick Shorn Fall Ewe Lambs, please. Placing on the fitted late fall ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first to 97, McDaniel, 1513, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Second to entry number 103, Purple Ribbon, 1532, Purple Ribbon Farm, Camargo, Illinois. Third to entry number 99, McDaniel Ranch, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to 102, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. 5 to entry 105, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 6 to entry 98, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. 7 to 100, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. 8 to 107, Larry Inbody and Family, Genera, Ohio. And 9 to Larry Inbody and Family.
Nice trio of fall ewe lamb slick sheared here in this Dorset side of the ring. I think we come up with one pretty logically here to win with. Here's a real bold female. When we sheared her off, we didn't make her bad. I think this is an awfully nice ewe. She's really good top. She's got some length about her. She ties nice in her shoulder. Got some shape there in the center portion of her stifle. She's nice-headed and big-footed. If I was going to change this one just one little bit, I'd like to just set her rear wheels just a notch squarer if we could. But I think that's an awfully nice female. We can't get her beat for me today. I think that's a good one. Our second place ewe, here's a little different program here. She gets a notch finer compared to that first place ewe in terms of her bone features, but here's a really good shaped ewe. When you get over the top of this one, a lot of width and dimension to her. She's elegant up through her front end. Another nice headed ewe. We stouten her up just a notch. We might have just a notch more run there in that first and second placing. We're going to leave her there today. I think that's a nice female as well. Our third place ewe, another big boned ewe. You appreciate that about her. She's big-headed. She's got some length about her. She just runs out of balance compared to those first two ewes. That's three nice slick-sheared ewes. Congratulations.
For the Poll Dorsets, we're now ready for fitted winter ewe lambs. Fitted winter ewe lambs placing on the slick-shorn fall ewe lamb class. First place to entry 109, Walco Dorset's FB 450. Devin Walco, DeSmit, South Dakota. Second to 110, Myers, 8778, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. And third to entry number 112, Celine Sicard, Colchester, Connecticut. On the Pole Dorsets,
we get this January ewe lamb class. A sheep that really strikes me. This is the type of sheep I really like to find. I like to raise. Given the breed I'm in, it's probably not the right thing to raise, but I can use these all day long and look at them. And I know some of our post 4-H'ers, they might come out here and say, you don't have enough of this and you don't have enough of that. And they like to compare stuff to pigs, and we're in the ruminant animals. So I really don't know what, haven't quite got that class yet. But this sheep's got a tremendous amount of product in her. She's got a really cool front end. She's good-footed, bone, breed type. I like her hip. The lamb in second, we got put them in the ewe in third. They're really solid sheep. They've got probably a little bit more roundness to their shoulder. They're a little bit wider maybe at this stage. The ewe I got in third or second place is just a little bit longer hipped. You get your hands in them. The ewe in third I really like. She's solid all the way through. You can't go wrong with these. We come into a ewe in fourth here that's kind of another extreme sheep that she follows the lamb in to win the class. I maybe put a little wool on her, but she towed out just a skosh. Ewe in fifth, here's another solid sheep. I just like to free her up a little bit. She shortens up on her move on her rear wheels a little bit, but really a cool top end.
Placing on the fitted January ewe lamb class for the Hampshire's first place goes to entry number 112, Bobbin-Dryer 1515, Bobbin-Dryer, Hampshire's, Pipestone, Minnesota. Second place to 116, Strawberry Fields 1509, Strawberry Fields Hampshires, West Greenwich, Rhode Island. Third to entry number 115, Plaza Hamps, Agency, Missouri. 4 to 109, Bob and Dryer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. 5 to 215, Elaine Dorm, Arcadia, Wisconsin. 6th place to entry 117, Pine Lawn Farm, Caskey Family, Holland, Minnesota. 7 to 107, Mum Hampshires, Whiteheath, Illinois. 8 to 106, Bob and Dryer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 9 to 105, Dylan Klug, Grafton, Wisconsin. And 10 to 113, Rickow Hamps, Arcadia, Wisconsin. afraid to put it. I'm afraid to put it in writing because it just come back to haunt me. Or in the junior show, just like to hear their name announced because, before they come in, remind the judge that they're coming in. There's some of those. So announcing for people individually at the last minute, I don't like doing. I think that was the, I'm not a lawyer, but I play one in real life class. I think that was the class that you missed. Oh, I've smelled good food since you was good. Oh. Well, I ate all the chili. Alan had to eat his chili out of the big spoon. I ate 2 bowls. I ate 2 bowls of it. I know. It was damn good. I didn't eat any of it. No. I know you're right. It was damn good chili, though. Oh, I don't. There's chili and then there's that with noodles. 5 minutes? Oh, it's damn near lunchtime. I will in a minute. What's that? I want that ham and
Another really powerful set of ewes here in this winter ewe lamb class of the Dorsets. I tell you again, probably not a type and kind to tie to and just run with all the way, so we start sorting them in terms of quality for me, and this is the way I see them, and as you see on the side, they're very different. But the top 6 here, I think, bring a lot of good things to the table in terms of Dorsets. There are different maturity patterns. There's some different ages floating around here, and that's okay. We got them sorted. I think all 7 of these on the top line here are sound, good top females that look like Dorset sheep, and we'll discuss the differences here. I think we get a pair on top here that in terms of movement, in terms of soundness, in terms of feet and legs, and we set these 2 into motion. These are the ones that move good for us. They keep tracking wide as we get right in behind them. They lay on their shoulder really nicely, and then you get on the side, they have some depth to them and some volume to them, yet they've got some freshness and femininity up through their front end as well. When you run your hands down the top of this first one, there's not much wool on her. She's really long from her 13th rib. She's got a big long hip in her, a lot of muscle to her. A female that's neat designed up through her front end, and again, very good on her feet and legs and nice headed. I think that's a nice ewe to win with. I tell you, again, here in this deal in second, I'd like a whole bunch of these running around to try to breed. I think this female is made super, super good. From the side, some of you say, boy, she's just not long enough, and I think she is. She presents good. She's got some depth and volume to her. She lays that rear flank in nicely. She got a big, big hip in her. Comes out square and level out that dock, and then she ties nicely in her shoulder too. There's a lot of red meat and muscle in her. I love her on her feet and legs, and I like her head. I think that's a nice pair in 1 and 2 there. We're going to do probably the youngest sheep here in this class, especially maybe in this top lineup for us, and we're not going to take that away from her. We're getting into these younger classes. They probably need to look a little younger. This female's, again, she's the best pin sheep in terms of her hip that we have in these top 2 or 3. A female, though, when we get on the side, she kind of cuts up in her flank just a notch for me. I'd like to just give her just a notch more depth and volume to her, but that's it. This female's good top. She's big hip. She's sound on her feet and legs, and she looks like she's going to grow. I think we'll leave her in that 3rd hole today. Our 4th place ewe. Here's a nice designed ewe. Again, this female is really good top. Doesn't have much wool on her at all. She's got some extra length about her from her 13th rib. I like that. Again, maybe just like to give more of her today in terms of her handle down her top. She handles just a notch narrow. I'm not saying she is narrow. I'm saying she just handles a little narrower compared to those 3 ahead of her. This female, again, very good footed, tracks around the ring nice and easy for us, and I think this will be one to watch next year in that yearling ewe drive. Our 5th place ewe, a nice design female. I love the bone under this ewe. She's really, really bold and got that brood ewe look to her, and you appreciate that about her. Again, when we present her out, I'd like to just stretch her out just a notch if we could. Maybe just change her right behind her shoulder if we could just a notch, but that's a nice one as well. We could talk all of them, guys. There's not a bad ewe in this deal. Congratulations to the exhibitors on a great set of winter ewe lambs.
Placing on the fitted winter ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first place goes to entry 116, Sailors Twin Oaks 1522, Twin Oaks Dorsets, Bell Center, Ohio. Second place to entry 114, Chrome 2555, Purple Ribbon Farm, Camargo, Illinois. Third place to entry number 132, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 4 to entry number 120, Hoskin Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. 5 to entry number 123, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 6th place to entry number 131, Paul and Nancy Wissinger, Sinking Spring, Pennsylvania. 7 to entry number 124, Devin Walco, DeSmit, South Dakota. 8th place to entry 126, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. 9 to 128, Olivia Wagner, Pine Ridge Dorsets, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. And 10th place to entry 122, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois.
In this February ewe lamb class, starting with a lamb that is just a real nice combination sheep. She's really good bone. She's got a pretty little head on her. She excels just a little bit longer than the lamb in second. The lamb in second, I really like. This sheep's designed how I like to see a female at this age designed. She's really clean. She's angularity. She's got a beautiful neck. She's got a big old square flat hip in her. She's really correct. She walks, tracks wide. Flank to flank, I'd just stretch her out a little bit to start her, but she's solid, and she's going to be a tremendous yearling ewe. And we come into the next 3 here, a ewe that follows up it. I'd just like to maybe loosen her up a little or put a little bit more in her when she kind of gets out. A sheep that's real attractive. She's real correct. I think she just kind of blends right in here in that 3-hole. And we got a ewe in 4th. It's a nice ewe, really long-bodied. A sheep that just kind of gives up a little bit of width when you get down her. And then we get a ewe here in the 5-hole that's a real attractive short fleece. I'd like to maybe just square her up a little bit off her hip, but she's a real long hip, really good bone sheep.
Now ready for Hampshire fitted March and later born ewe lambs to the ring. Placing on the Hampshire fitted February ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 129, Strawberry Fields, 1511, Strawberry Fields, Hampshires of West Greenwich, Rhode Island. Second place to entry 143, Spoonster, 1504, Tinley Spoonster, Eola, Missouri. Third place to entry 128, Rabbit Creek Sheep Farm, LLC, Elko, Nevada. 4 to entry 138, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. 5 to entry number 124, Bobbendreyer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6 to 125, Barrett Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. 7 to entry 140, Ronald Pullen, Waterloo, Iowa. 8th place to 144, Luke Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. 9th place to 126, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. And 10 to entry 136, Rickow Hamps of Arcadia, Wisconsin.
This March class, Hampshire ewe lambs, really, really close pair in my mind. This little ewe lamb that I start with, she's not the biggest, but this sheep's good. You get a frame sheep that it's that tighter fleece, there's that much angularity up through her front end. She's tremendous hind saddle. She's probably the squarest walking, tracking sheep that stood behind. I couldn't get around not using her. I think there's not enough holes in her, and if I haven't found one yet. The big framed ewe in second. You look at them, and it's it's hard not to think you're going to have to use her, but a sheep that just isn't quite as true across her top on the move as the ewe that I'm starting with. Little lamb in third. She's really neat in her own right. I really love the angularity up through her front end. She gets wide down her top. She's going to be a tremendous yearling ewe. I think she's a ewe that there's two really good ones in front of her. And then come into the problem sheep in the 4-hole. There's probably a lot of guys that might have threw her out, but in a breeding stock show, I'm going to recognize her. A sheep that's got a tremendous amount of length to her. She's really very unique through her front end. A ewe that really, when she relaxes, she moves pretty decent off her feet and legs. But when you get them this long and this freaky, they're gonna kind of rough up a little bit on the move. And we come into a little ewe lamb here in the 5-hole that's probably the true March. I don't know when, but she looks awful youthful to me. Really correct. Really, really hard to find a hole in her. She just didn't have enough power to get up in there, but an outstanding top end.
Well, I tell you, Dorset exhibitors, again, just a powerful, powerful set of ewes here all the way down. And I tell you, just all the way down. There's not a bad ewe in here, and I hated to pull that ewe last, but that's the name of this game here. I think we've got 6 really, really high-quality individuals here. Here's the good top ewes. The ewes, when you run your hands down their top, they don't fall apart for us. They hold together in terms of movement here, and as you can see, there's some differences in these ewes, and we'll talk about that. I think this is an awfully good set here. The first place ewe, this is the one that when we set this one into motion, she holds together the best for us. Is she the largest ewe? Nope. Is she the longest ewe? Probably not. But she presents really, really long from her 13th rib, and she is the best hipped one. She is the best as she works from hooks to pins. She's really good on her feet and legs. She stamps her feet down on all 4 corners, comes out of the point of her shoulders nice. She's probably given up some days compared to some of these girls. I understand that spring is quite a long time, and that's okay. But we've got a young one here, a fresh one, a good top chew, and she moves good for us. She's going to win for us today. Our second place ewe, here's the one that closely follows her in my mind. She gets maybe just a touch straight there in those back wheels for me. A female, though, that is really good top. She's not got hardly any wool on her. She's really, really long from her 13th rib. She's got a nice big hip in her. She's got plenty of bone. Great headed. This is probably one we're going to have to watch next year. I think this is going to be an awfully big yearling ewe in terms of a female. This is an awfully good one. We're going to keep her in second. If we could just give her just a little more flex to those rear legs, we might get around that first ewe, but that's an awfully good pair. Our second place ewe, here's the big, bold female. I love the rib and the bone in this ewe. Again, nice headed, a female that's got a lot of width and dimension working back into her top and back in through her hip. I'd like to just strengthen her up behind her shoulder compared to those first 2 ewes. She's carrying a little wool there for us, but a female that's got a lot of good pieces to her, a lot of red meat and muscle in her, awesome on her feet and legs, and we got to keep her in that 3rd hole for us today. Same thing here in this 4th place ewe. Here's one from the side. You're probably thinking, man, this guy has lost his mind. This female is really, really good. She's got a lot of great pieces to her. Again, big bone, nice headed, ties nice in her shoulder, and she's got a pretty good hip in her too. She moves good, but again, I'd like to just strengthen her up right behind her shoulder. If we sheared these top 4, this is the way you'd want them, I promise you. That's an awfully good ewe, though, in that 4th hole. We work into a littler package here in this 4th place ewe. Another sheep that if we could just stretch her out just a notch, we might get into a little more of a haunt here in that a little more higher placing here for us. Here's a big hip ewe, sound-footed. I can't keep her. I can't get her any further down here for us, though. This is a good female. And our 6th place ewe, another real sound ewe, female that's really good top, not much wool on her either. Guys, a nice class of spring lambs. Congratulations.
For the Hampshires, we're now ready to show pair ewe lambs. Over on the Dorset ring, we're ready for slick-shorn winter/spring ewe lambs. Placing on the fitted March and later ewe lambs for the Hampshires. First place goes to entry 163, Plaza Hamps 1256, Plaza Hamps Agency, Missouri. Second place to entry 154, Quam 5235, Strawberry Fields, Hampshires, West Greenwich, Rhode Island. Third to 152, Brant Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry number 159, Kelgard Farm, Tekamah, Nebraska. 5 to 164, Rabbit Creek Sheep Farm, LLC, Elko, Nevada. 6 to 165, Kelsey Swanger, Richmond, Kansas. 7 to entry 156, Bobendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 8th place to entry 155, Mum Hampshires, Whiteheath, Illinois. 9 to 147, L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. And 10 to Pine Lawn Farm, Caskey Family, Holland, Minnesota. Placing on the fitted spring ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets. First place to entry number 144, Nichols 1515, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Second to 146, Stunkel 2393, Glenn Stunkel, Tuscarora, Maryland. Third to entry number 143, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Fourth to entry 148, Showgirls Sheep Company, Paris, Illinois. 5 to entry number 137, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. 6th place to entry number 134, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 7 to 141, McDaniel Ranch, Greenfield, Indiana. 8 to 136, Riley Donkers, Firebolt, Minnesota. 9 to entry 145, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. And 10 to 147, Sean Beskid of Byesville, Ohio. Final call on the Pole Dorsets for Slickshorn winter/spring ewe lambs. Final call. Placing on the Hampshire class a pair ewe lambs. First place to Strawberry Fields, Hampshires, West Greenwich, Rhode Island. Second to Bobendreyer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. Third to Bobendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 4 to Plaza Hamps Agency, Missouri. 5 Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. And 6 Bill Chapin of Coal City, Illinois.
This junior champion drive of your Hampshires, wow, they're really nice. I was really happy to be able to sort through and find this top end of quality that I feel confident in what I'm looking for. It's not necessarily the direction that some of you may think that the industry needs to go, but I like angularity, I like growth, I like length, I like big, wide, long, deep hips, really correct sheep with beautiful breed types. I think we found it in this set out here. I'm going to go out, shake the hand, and congratulate the junior champion and the reserve junior champion.
For the Hampshires, the fitted junior champion ewe is 112, the first place January ewe lamb. Bobbin-Dryer, 1515, Bobbin-Dryer, Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. The reserve junior champion is 163, the first in the March and later ewe lambs. Plaza Hamps, 1256, Plaza Hamps, Agency, Missouri. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion ewe overall for the fitted division. For the Hampshires, we do need that senior champion and reserve senior champion in the ring now to show for overall champion fitted ewe. So we need entry 70 of L&L Hampshires and 61 of Olivia Nichols.
This Grand Champion Drive and New Hampshire show, tremendous quality. I'd like to thank the members that nominated and voted to give me the opportunity. As the guy said yesterday, I think it's about as humbling as you can expect to come out and judge this much of a quality sheep show at this big a stage, and it's been an honor. I will go out and select your champion and your reserve champion, and thank you for giving me the opportunity.
On the Dorset side of the ring here, we get into the slick-sheared winter and spring lambs, and we combine those two classes here, and I think you can tell which ones maybe are the fall-type ewe lambs and the springers. So that makes it a little bit harder to sort in terms of how they handle down their top. I do think we have one that kind of runs away with it, though. I think when you look at this female here, there's a lot of smoothness about her, a lot of balance about her, and then there's a lot of muscle too. She's designed nice up through her front, stamps those feet down on all four corners. She's really, really wide topped and carries that back in through her hip. She's also very nice headed. I love the wool on this shoe. Got a great head about her. Sometimes we get into these slick Dorsets and we get a little peely, a little pink head look, and this one doesn't have that. I love the head on that ewe. That's an awfully nice female. Then we got to make some decisions here. I think we have the next shoe here that brings the most product to the table. I'd like to clean her in her breastplate just a notch, maybe just change her in her chest floor just a little bit. When you get your hands on this one's wide. She carries that back in through her hip and down in that lower part of her stifle. Maybe not quite the circumference of bone that we have in that first place shoe, but I think a nice shoe to follow in that second hole with. Here's a neat design to you in third, and pretty sure that she's given up quite a few days in those two ahead of her. Neat in terms of how she looks on the side. She maybe gets a little bit finer compared to those first two ewes ahead of her, but she's got some length and style about her. She holds together when we move her around the ring. I think we'll keep her in that third hole today. That's an awfully nice female, and she'll continue to grow and be an awfully good one later on. Maybe a little heavier ewe here to tip the scale in this fourth place hole, and you certainly appreciate the shape that she brings to the table. Maybe just doesn't balance out quite as nicely. She gets a little bit bolder in her shoulder compared to those ewes ahead of her, but she's got a lot of product, a lot of depth to her, and you certainly appreciate that about her. I think she makes a nice fourth hole for us. In the fifth place ewe, maybe a little different program here. She's given up just a little bit of that flare in terms of that leg and stifle muscle for us, but she's got some bone underneath her. She's got some rib shape to her, and certainly, again, nice headed. I think a nice class of slick-sheared ewes, guys. Congratulations.
Now ready for Poll Dorset pair of ewe lambs. For the Hampshires, our overall champion fitted ewe was entry 70, our senior champion. First place out of the early fitted yearling ewe class, L&L 1484. L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. Reserve champion goes to the ewe that stood second to her in that early fitted yearling ewe class, our reserve senior champion, entry 61, Mad River Valley Hampshires, 171X136, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. The fitted premier exhibitor of our show today for the Hampshires was Strawberry Fields Hampshires of West Greenwich, Rhode Island. Placing on our Slickshorn Winter Spring ewe lamb class for the Poll Dorsets. First to entry 157, Stillwell 1568, Isaac Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Second to 153, Maple Hollow 15008, Heidi Barclay, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 151, Henderson Livestock, Perry, Oklahoma. 4 to 154, Monica Ebert, St. George, Kansas. 5 to 152, Shepherd's View, Bridgeville, Delaware. 6 to 156, Grace Metzger, Versailles, Kentucky. 7, 158, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. And 8th place to 155, Cody and Cameron Paulus, Casstown, Ohio. Again, we're now showing pair of ewe lambs. Your next class will be junior champion and reserve junior champion fitted ewe. And then we'll do a fitted champion with the senior fitted champion and junior fitted champion in their reserves before we go on to the slick sheared champion. For the Hampshires, we're now ready to begin our slick For the Dorsets, we're now ready to show for fitted junior champion and reserve. So we'll need the first and seconds from the previous junior classes. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets, first place goes to Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. Second place to Purple Ribbon Farm, Camargo, Illinois. Third to Glenn Stunkel, Tuscarora, Maryland. 4 to McDaniel Ranch, Greenfield, Indiana. 5 to Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 6th place to Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 7, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. 8th place to Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 9, Showgirls Sheep Company, Paris, Illinois. And 10th place to Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois.
On the Dorset side of the ring here, let's put our hands together here for our junior champion. I want to take just a minute and say something about that pair class. I tell you, that was like being thrown into a cave of grizzly bears. I think that was a ripping set of ewes. I don't know that we've seen that many pairs and that many good pairs that match up in the Dorset breed here in a really long time. And those that are questioning where these Dorsets are going and if they're any good, you better be looking in here, because there's a tremendous set of females here in this junior drive. I think you could go any way and be really happy. I'd drive back tonight to the motel and be really satisfied if I used them anyway here today. We're going to use this middle winter ewe lamb here today for our junior champion. We're going to get that junior ewe for reserve.
Fitted junior champion ewe for the Pole Dorsets is entry 116. First out of the winter ewe lamb class, Sailors, Twin Oak 1522, Twin Oak Dorsets, Bell Center, Ohio. The reserve junior champion is the class winner of the fitted spring ewe lamb class, entry 144, Nichols 1515, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Now ready in the ring to show for our overall fitted grand champion ewe and reserve.
Well, it's certainly my pleasure to be here and get a chance to sort livestock at Louisville again. I enjoy this venue tremendously. I've been excited and looking forward to this particular show for a while, just because I like a lot of things that we're trying to do and the diversity in Hampshire sheep. So I'm going to have a good time, and I hope you guys do too. I'll explain myself the best I can here as we evaluate these. And if the first class is any indication and comes as no surprise, I think variety is going to be the spice of life here as we work through this particular breed and slick-sheared breed. At the same time, you can find value in a lot of different pieces, and I realize one of the reasons we come to this level and to compete at this level is to show off what we're doing and what we're doing on our own operations. I think this class offers tremendous sort and opportunity for different things to be done. But it didn't take me long, really, just to put together the pieces of what's important in livestock, and I feel like this buck is easily the one that does that for me today. In terms of just performance and growth, he's at an advantage. In terms of structure and movement, I sure think he's one of the freer moving bucks in here. I like the angle to his shoulder blade, the way he's designed up through his front. He's almost obnoxiously long-necked, which may throw him out of balance to a degree, but he's still a sheep that puts a lot of pieces together in terms of his skeleton for me. Handles easily the longest when you get your hands on him and comes to you with enough muscle and dimension. A buck that I think could work in a lot of situations, but when you think about what commercial rams are supposed to offer, Hamp bucks are supposed to offer, he's got muscle, he's got structure, he's got performance. He does that for me today. The sheep that follows him for me, easily a sheep that is put together really neat in terms of his lines, handles again with plenty of length. For me, he's quite a bit more fragile in terms of his overall build, and then when you get in on top of him, it doesn't read with near as much spread and dimension when you look down on him, but he's still got some growth and performance. The sheep in third, and we have a pair here in 3 and 4 that are a little bit different, obviously, than that top pair. The sheep in third is just a little more complete. I like his trueness and how he sets to his hock just a bit better than the sheep that's going to come in fourth. I like the fact that he's just a bit smoother blending there when you step off to the side, and honestly, performance is a disadvantage for both these sheep, in my opinion. The sheep in 4, tremendously heavy structured. He's the big bone buck in class. He's got a really unique handle about him. For me, he's just a little too coarse, a little too round, a little too quick to really work him up any higher in this particular class. Like a lot of things about the buck in 5th, like to give him more wool cover, like to give him more of a Hampshire hide, in my opinion, in terms of look, and like to free him up behind. But boy, if you talk about one that is good hided to the touch, and really smooth when he comes to a stand. I like that sheep a lot as well. And then a big old stout buck to round out the group. Let's put our hands together for a nice class of Hampshire bucks to get us started this morning.
Well, again, Dorset side of the ring, let's put our hands together here for our grand champion you today. I think just a whale of a set of females here. And as you've seen us line them up today, maybe you didn't agree exactly here, but I think we've got one common denominator here. There were a bunch of good Dorset females. And whether you were 3rd or 13th here, I think you should be proud of your entry. I think we had just a tremendous show here, and I think you could use any 4 of these ewes in any direction you want to go with your Dorsets and be really, really happy about it. We're going to use those 2 Dorset yearling ewes today. I think just a powerful, powerful set. And again, if you didn't agree with it, that's fine. I think that's an awfully good pair of ewes, even though there's some differences in them. Congratulations to the exhibitors on an awfully nice set. Those ewe lambs, though, will run pretty hard next year. We'll see what happens with those. Congratulations on a great Dorset ewe show. It's been my pleasure to sort through them.
For our Dorset show, our grand champion fitted ewe is entry number 43, our senior champion, first out of the early yearling ewe class, Bradford Jensen Partnership, 0350, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. The reserve was second place to that ewe in class, entry 49, Loudon Acres, 872, Ophelia D. Pine Ridge, Dorset's Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Now ready to show the champion slick-sheared ewe. So we'll need to show those slick-sheared ewe lambs from our previous classes along with that yearling ewe, first and second, to get a winner from those. Placings on the January slick-shorn ram lamb class for the Hampshires. First to entry 172, Land Run 387, Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 166, Terradice 1545, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Third to 171, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. 4 to 167, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 5 to 170, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 6 to 168, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Now showing February ram lambs. Slickshorn February ram lambs should be in the ring. Our judge for today's Hampshire show in the slick sheared division is Craig Beckmeyer of Morrisonville, Illinois. Craig is the animal science instructor and livestock judging coach at Lincoln Land Community College. He and his family raise Hampshires, Southdowns, and club lambs. He enjoys watching his son show sheep. He loves working with his wife and son at the farm and believes in raising families with livestock. Let's welcome Craig Beckmeyer to your National Hampshire Show.
Dorset side of the ring, let's put our hands together here for our champion slick sheared ewe. I think, again, you peel the wool off these sheep, and certainly these guys didn't bring bad ones here. I think there's a nice set here out here. And we didn't have a tremendous amount of numbers, but I think the ones that peeled the wool off of them brought a nice set for us to look at. They've got some shape, they've got some size to them, and they look like Dorsets. They've got wool on them. They're not that pinky peely headed that we see in some of those weather sheep. We've got some wool up on their head and back down in through their nose, and certainly a nice hair coat over their face, and I really appreciate that about them. Could do a couple different things here. I really like this ewe lamb. A nice piece here. She's got lots of shape to her, really good on her feet and legs, lots of rib to her. Maybe question how big she might get here next year, but maybe in this direction and maybe in this program that this ewe lamb is, maybe we don't need them that big. We got a big pair of yearling ewes that also have some shape. They've got some bone underneath them. They've got some look to them, and again, nice in terms of their breed type. We're going to use those 2 yearling ewes today for champion and reserve. I just don't think we have anything to go with that ewe lamb. Guys, congratulations on a nice set of slick sheared sheep.
Slick sheared grand champion ewe is entry 68 from the yearling ewe class, Shepherd's View 1317, Shepherd's View, Bridgeville, Delaware. Second to her in the class, that'll be our reserve grand champion ewe, entry 71, Pointer Sheep Farm W2, Pointer Sheep Farm, Paris, Illinois. Now ready to show for overall grand and reserve grand champion ewe with those slick sheared and the overall champion and reserve fitted ewes.
Really a super nice class of buck lambs here in the Hampshire side, and I like all 3 of these rams quite a bit, and that's always fun to evaluate and work through. For me, the class winner is the one I would easily label the most complete, and yet in his completeness, he's still unique in a lot of ways. He's not just a generic in terms of his build. I love that buck in terms of his neck and up through his front end. He measures really good when you get your hands on him, and then he's got maybe for me the best shape in terms of muscularity when you step right in behind him, and you couple that with the fact that he just uses his hock and hind leg a little bit better than the sheep in second. He's not the heaviest boned, he's not the wooliest in terms of his type, but just a complete, attractive, solid kind of sheep there to lead off with. The buck in second, when he first walked in, this was the sheep that I sure like things about. I like his heaviness of structure. I love his length down his top line. I like his breed character. I like his dimension. I need to change that sheep when I step right in behind him in terms of his pin set relative to his outer stifle shape, and it all kinds of starts at the ground. Sheep's more uncoordinated in his hind leg, wants to bow just a bit more at his hock than what I prefer, but I think he's really good where he's good, and he's a nice second-place sheep here. The sheep in third is better, probably right in the use of that hock. He wants to shorten up quite a bit as I step to the side of those three. He's an awfully good third-place buck. Certainly could come out here and win, and then he offers some really good things beyond that. I guess I would label him probably the plainest for me today, the shortest bodied, and that's enough in a very difficult class to get him into a competitive third. Congratulations, guys. Nice set of sheep.
Now ready for Slickshorn March and later Ram Lambs for the Hampshires. Placing on that Slickshorn February class, first to 173, NOC TT 3095 5051, NOC Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Second to entry 175, Fleener 1536, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. And third to 174, Van Cleve Hamps of Seneca, Illinois.
On the Pole Dorset side of the ring here, let's again put our hands together. A big round of applause for our champion overall ewe in reserve today. Again, my last time on the mic here, and certainly have been an honor to come sort the Pole Dorsets. Thanks to the exhibitors and the breeders for inviting me and putting my name in and voting for me as well. I've sure enjoyed it. I think we've got a great set of sheep, and like I said in that pair deal, I think the Dorsets are in good shape here. We've got great sheep that look like Dorsets with muscle in them. We've got some size to them too, and then certainly they're good on their feet and legs with lots of shape to them. We're going to use them two fitted ewes today, guys. I think this is an awfully good set. Congratulations to you on a great female show. Congratulations from Champion Ewe.
Grand Champion Pole Dorset ewe overall is entry number 43. She was our fitted champion, our senior champion, first in the early yearling ewe class. Bradford Jensen, partnership 0350, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. The reserve to her is second place in that same class of early yearling ewes, entry 49, Loudon Acres 872, Ophelia D. Pine Ridge, Dorset's Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Again, ready for best headed ewe for the Pole Dorsets, please. And then we will show the flock class. Again, we need Hampshire, Slickshorn, March, and later Ram Lambs to the ring, please. Horn Dorset exhibitors, please be getting ready. We will begin the Horn Dorset show as soon as we finish up best headed and flock class. First class for Horn Dorsets is yearling Rams. Last call for Lazy 5 Ranch of North Carolina with your single entry in the March and later born Ram Lamb Slickshorn Hampshires.
Again, a class of quality sheep over here offer a lot of different things, and charged with the task of picking my kind today. Maybe not even a buck in here that totally does that, but I think there's a lot of value in a number of these sheep. For me, the class winner is pretty unique. Unique in the ability to have some added performance, some added length of body, and then be the best in terms of his structure on the move and at the ground. I like him in terms of his shape when you get right in behind him. And then a sheep that, again, reads with some performance and some outcome, a lot of quality in this particular sheep. The one in second, obviously totally different, and we're still evaluating slick-sheared sheep, and yet we have this much variety in terms of type. He just comes to us quite a bit smaller, and I'm certainly okay with that. What I'm not as comfortable with is the angle he has up through his blade and his shoulder, what he travels out of his front end, and then again, he's not quite as coordinated and comfortable in the use of his hind leg. A sheep that has tremendous shape and is really good in terms of his body shape when you get on top of him, bold in terms of his rib cage. Certainly is going to bring some dimension if you're looking to add that. Again, has a very nice handle about him when you get your hands on him. The sheep in third is the greenest in this class by some margin. His skeleton concerns me, honestly, in terms of his front knee, and when you step right in front of that sheep, he's the flattest in terms of his heart region and forerib. He's the most uncoordinated as I see him when you get him out on the move. I do think he's got a neat shape when you step in and evaluate him. I like the amount of bone he has for that kind of extension up front. Just not quite complete enough in my mind to push higher today. Congratulations again to these gentlemen and ladies showing out here.
On the Dorset side of the ring, sorry to keep you waiting there, but I wanted to say something. I tell you what a beautiful set of females here that come out here for this champion, best-headed ewe. I tell you, in the Suffolk Drive, we had 2 or 3 come out for it. It's nice that this many come out and participate, and that these heads are awesome. I think you could pick any of these and be pretty comfortable with it. I found one that I really, really like, and I saw her in class, and I'll go get that. Congratulations to all the exhibitors on an awesome set of sheep in terms of heads here.
For the Hampshires, the March and later born Ram Lamb Slickshorn class, first place goes to 179, Land Run 1507, Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. Second to 176, Flanders VIP 5174, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. And third to entry 180, NOC, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Best headed ewe for the Pole Dorset show is entry 123, Scotch Lane Farm 5317, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Placing on the flock class for the Pole Dorsets, first place in the flock and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. Second place in flock, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. And third to Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. Our Pole Dorset judge today has been Evan Snyder of Pennsylvania. Placing on the Hampshire pair of Ram Lamb class, first to Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. Second to Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. And third to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. The Downsboro Sire of the Year Award for the Pole Dorsets goes to Captain Stubby, McDaniel 1422, owned jointly by McDaniel Ranch of Indiana and Paul and Nancy Wissinger, Turtle Run of Pennsylvania. Turtle Mead of Pennsylvania. Judging our Horn Dorsets today is Matt Scramlin of Holly, Michigan. Matt is the co-owner of Scramlin South Downs, and they farm 600 acres of horse hay, as well as running that brood of South Down ewes. He has owned sheep for over 35 years, showing and selling all over the country with several breeds. He's judged the All-American Junior Show, the Northeast Youth Show, the Big E, and the National Suffolk Junior Show, among many other shows. Let's welcome Matt Scramlin to your National Horn Dorset Show this afternoon.
Well, as I have an opportunity to come back out and select your champion, Slick Shorn Hampshire Ram today, we didn't have a lot of numbers, and yet I'm very pleased with the structural build of the sheep on this side of the ring, especially their percentage in terms of muscularity and length. Still sheep that honestly should fit a lot of people in terms of what they bring to the table and offer. I don't know that they're necessarily a trend or a certain kind. They're just nice, solid, practical kind of sheep, and certainly I think that's something we need to keep in mind. No matter what we like or what our personal preference is that we just need to keep quality in these sheep and keep structure in these sheep. I feel like these guys all fit the mold. The yearling buck that comes back to us, easily the stoutest sheep in here, no question. He probably is, as a yearling buck, should be a bit coarser. If you study him, he probably doesn't percent maybe quite as long, but he still handles with a tremendous amount of length relative to his probably what you guys see from the stands in terms of his dimension, and he's really, really stout. We'd already talked about the other three bucks as they came through. I really think there's one out here for me that just puts together the most things that you could go any direction with. I'm going to get him as your champion. I think it gets a lot closer for reserve, but I feel pretty comfortable. There's another buck out here that brings a lot of good to the table. So it's fun to evaluate the male portion of your show. Let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors. I'll get your champion reserve buck today.
Here in the Horn Dorset side of that. Let me first thank you for inviting me to come out here and judge another day here at the North American with the Horn Dorset show. Where I know we're going to have a really good show this afternoon. We're starting with two yearling rams. They're very different in their overall type and kind as you see them out here today. I'm starting with this, I grant, a little smaller frame buck. When you talk about his overall length of side, you talk about his levelness over that top, the way he stands straight and true on all four corners out here today. I think in my mind, we just really need to start with this buck. Granted, he's not as big and bold as that second place ram, but I think when we talk about the set of his head, how he gets out here and moves, I think I just want to really start with this ram. Like I said, a really bigger frame ram here in second. Ram you appreciate for that boldness of rib and that side depth that you see of this ram. I want to change how he walks off those rear legs for me today to get him over that first place ram. But two really good, exceptional Horn Dorset rams. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Champion Slick Sheared Ram for the Hampshires goes to 179, the first place out of the Slick Sheared March and later Ram Lamb class. Land Run 1507, Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. The reserve goes to entry number 11, Plaza Hamps 1218, Plaza Hamps, Agency, Missouri. Placing on the Horn Dorset class of yearling rams, first to entry 2, Schatz, 1294, Christina Schatz, DeGraff, Ohio. Second to entry 1, Sally and Simon Squires, 296, Sally and Simon Squires, Mount Gilead, Ohio. We're now showing early fall ram lambs. Horn Dorset, early fall ram lambs.
Much like our yearling rams here in the Horn Dorset show, we got just about every different make and model out here in these buck lambs in my mind. I'm starting with a ram I grant is not the biggest overall ram out here. In my mind, though, he's the most fault-free ram as we see him out here today. He's not the tallest at the point of the shoulder. He's not the overall longest body. But when we start from that ground up and we talk about the feet, where they're standing on all four corners, when he gets out there and walks, how he ties in together in that front, that head shape he's given us out here today. I think I just want to start with this ram as we talk about. You don't really find a fault in this ram in my mind, and that's what's going to get him to the top of the class. As we go down through, we get some changes. I think the ram in second follows along in similar ways. Any in his overall type and kind, he's a notch longer in that overall length of body. I want to change that horn set just a touch as compared to that first place ram, give him a little more space in there. But I think a really high quality ram line in his own right. The big powerful ram in the class, and I grant here, is that ram in third, a ram that's really massive about that rib shape, really deep when you view him from the side. Problem for me is he's carrying so much that way, he's getting really soft on those front pastures, really wants to get down on them, especially when you get him out on the move, in my mind, to get him over these better walking rams, and so he's going to sit here in third for me. A little smaller frame ram here as compared to that ram right ahead of him today for me, and that's what's going to slide him into fourth in my mind. He's a really good quality ram. Just giving up a little bit of that overall size and scale of those rams ahead of him. So we round out here the ram in fifth, a really big frame ram. He's also the longest, or excuse me, the shortest as we view him from the side as compared to those rams ahead of him. The finest boned ram out here, but a ram you like for that spring of rib and his overall cleanliness about that front end. And a really good ram to round out the class. He just gets to be the poorest walking off that back third when you get him out there on the move. Those rear legs just want to kind of go every direction. And so we're going to sit here today, but a really good class all the way through. Commend these exhibitors.
For the Horned Dorsets, we're now ready to show for Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion Ram. Placing on the class of early fall Ram Lambs for the Horned Dorsets, first to entry 7, Paul R. Castle, 5052, Paul Castle, Whitville, Virginia. Second to entry 8, Castle, 6957, Christina Schatz, DeGraff, Ohio. Third to entry 5, Gallagher Farms, Mount Gilead, Ohio. 4 to entry 6, Lance Thompson, Kensington, Ohio. 5 to entry 4, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And 6 to entry 3, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware.
Four really good Horned Dorset Rams out here for our senior champion. Really happy with the 4 examples of these males we have out here today. I think for where he's at today, when you get your hands on him, where he's standing today, we're going to use this yearling buck for senior champion, just a really good quality buck. Then we're going to come back and use that fall ram lamb. I think falls along very similar, and will look very similar to that buck as he grows up. Taking nothing away from our second places, let's give him a nice round of applause.
Senior champion Horned Dorset Ram goes to entry number 2 out of the yearling class. Shots 1294 Christina shots to Graff, Ohio. The reserve senior champion ram is entry number 7, Paul R. Castle, 5052. Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Now ready for late fall ram lambs.
In our Horn Dorset Buck Lamb class. Got some differences in our rams out here today once again in this class. Start with the ram Our Grant is the biggest as we talk about overall frame size, but he's really good about that front end. What's going to get him to the top, once again, is how he's walking on them feet and legs out here today. That overall length of body, we like this ram. If I'll grant, I'd like to maybe drop him down a little deeper as we view him from the side. He gets a little tighter up in that flank as compared to the ram behind him, but I think that overall length of body and that quality of feet and leg that he's standing on today is going to move him to the top of the class. Really eye-appealing ram here in second. A ram we appreciate for that levelness of top, that length of body. Granted, he's a little deeper in that flank there, I think, than our first place ram. He's just getting a little more out there as he walks off those front legs. Wants to get a little softer on those rear passions as he gets out on the move as compared to that first place ram. But a really good ram in his own right. Really deep-sided, bold sprung ram here in third. Ram we really appreciate, probably the heaviest bone ram in the class. He just gets too round and coarse, and his overall makeup doesn't balance out quite as well as these two rams ahead of him, but in a really good class all the way down through.
Gracias. You know, you kind of make me sound like a sissy. Boy, I tell you, this was fun, and congratulations to the Hampshire breeders. We'll not do that. The quality in terms of structure and build and still some power and the body and functional kind of sheep, I felt like ran very, very deep. Probably some over-conditioned ewes for me that worked their way down the line, but there's still a lot of good in those females. And then I'm left with the top five, and it's a top five that I like a lot. I realize that you're going to have different preferences, again, as we work through this deal. And I would probably argue a long time that this ewe doesn't need to, if anybody thinks this isn't the ewe to use, I guess, I really like this female. And it's all about when you judge a show, you find one that you can like and get excited about. She walked in the ring, and I was just excited that she came to the show. And I know we got a lot of good ones still to come, but this is the right kind of livestock in my mind, no matter what species of interest you have. She balances so well. She blends good in terms of her shoulders. She's fresh and where to show, and she's presented in terms of condition right where I would like her. And then you step right on top of that one, and she is amazing at how she wedges back to a stouter hip, really stays wide and true at the ground, and gets out and goes with plenty of comfort and ease. I mean, to me, she just really exemplifies femininity and power, structure, and puts it together in a very attractive package. I think that's an awfully nice one. From there, I still think there's a ewe that rivals her in a lot of areas. The ewe in second is really stout. She's probably the bigger-footed ewe. She definitely has more in terms of her power when you step right in behind her, particularly down low through her leg. With that added power, she's just a little coarser in my mind. She's not quite as flexible, quite as comfortable when you get her out and watch her travel around the ring. But this one is a good sheep. This one's a powerful sheep. I like the way she's designed through her chest into her shoulder, just a bit better than the ewe that's going to come in third. Ewe that's going to come in third is just an incredibly safe, sound, functional kind of female. For me, when I step in and look at her compared to the two ewes that precede her in this particular class, she's just a bit deeper in terms of where she rests her chest. She's a ewe that's a bit plainer there, and then she doesn't balance quite as good in terms of having that rear flank and body the two ewes right ahead of her do. It's not a question in terms of structure and bone work. Her top is big and she's square. I like that female a lot. She just got in class with a couple that have power that are just a bit better looking, in my opinion, up front. Really unique sheep in four. And I know that we start to give up a little frame size as we work into 4 and 5. What we don't give up is one that's sound in terms of her top line. She ties her neck incredibly good out of the top of her shoulder. She's really elegant in her front end and still really massive when you step in behind her. She's got a lot more volume and dimension than our ewe in fifth. When she gets out on the move, she maybe wants to just get a bit soft on those hind feet today, but that is a really quality sheep to stand fourth in this class. I love the structure in the ewe in fifth. In fact, just in terms of movement, coordination, angles, this one is incredibly good. Where she falls short for me is just in terms of mass out here. Not frame size, but mass, just not quite as much sheep as we have ahead of her today. Awfully nice group. Proud of this top 5. Congratulations, exhibitors, on bringing a nice set.
Placing on the late fall Ram Lamb class for the Horned Dorsets, first place entry 12, Shots 1370, Mariah and Jordan Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. Second to entry 9, Paul R. Castle, W6963, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. And third to entry 11, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan in Body Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the slick sheared yearling U class for the Hampshires. First to entry 190, Schroyer, 1530 yellow, Isaac Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Second place to 197, Schroyer, 212 pink, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third to 192, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. 4 to entry number 203, Northern Oklahoma Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Fifth place to entry 194, David Van Cleve, Hampshires, Seneca, Illinois. Matt, I'll stop and you can go.
Our three hornbuck lambs out here once again. Three pretty different kind of rams out here today. I'm starting with a really long body. I'll grant he's the tallest frame, but he's the longest body ram to start this class. And then when this ram really excels over these two rams behind him, when you get your hands on him, he's by far the longest hind saddle, by far the longest loin, by far the widest over that top as compared to those two rams behind him. I think he's still a green appearing ram that's going to go out and continue to grow as we see him moving forward. I could maybe for his height drop him a little bit, especially up through that chest, make him a little bolder in that overall makeup, but I think a really good ram to start at the top of this class. I think the ram in second maybe you view him as pretty about that front end, how he ties in that head and neck into that shoulder, really comes out good. He just gives up some of that overall body length, some of that overall handling length of that ram ahead of him to get up any higher in my mind today, but a really high quality ram in his own right. Really good balancing ram here to round out the class, so a ram we appreciate for that. As you get behind him, he stands really wide at base. For me, he just gets too soft on all four corners, especially when he gets out on the walk on them front. He really want to knuckle on them just a little bit, giving up too much size and scale those rams ahead of him, but a really high quality ram in his own right.
Finishing out the placing on those slick sheared yearling ewes for the Hampshires, sixth place went to 185. Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Seventh place to entry 191, Land Run Hamps of Agra, Oklahoma. Eighth place to 188, Mary Isabel Wade, Lebanon, Indiana. 9 to 201, Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. And 10th place to entry 207, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Now ready in the Hampshire ring for senior ewe lambs, slickshorn senior ewe lambs. And over in the Horn Dorset ring, we're ready for spring ram lambs for the Horn Dorset. For the slick-sheared Hampshires in the pair of yearling ewe class, first place went to Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second to Holly Swearingen of Kansas. Third to Land Run Hampshires of Oklahoma. 4 to CCC Coyle of Kentucky. And 5 to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Placing on the winter ram lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first went to Schatz, 1442, Christina Schatz de Graff, Ohio. Second to entry 14, Sink 222P, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And third to entry 15, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware.
A nice pair of senior ewe lambs out here. Obvious from ringside, quite a difference in terms of performance, and I would say age as well. I certainly think the ewe in second's younger. She reads younger all the way through. But with that being said, the big ewe up there to start with, when she collects herself, really offers tremendous good things in terms of length of body. Still feminine in terms of her shoulder and her front end. I actually like, again, the way she's designed up front quite a bit better than the ewe in second. I'd like to maybe just relax this one a little bit as she gets out on the move, and I think that's mostly attitude. A real nice, stout, good-looking one to win. Young ladies have brought us a sheep here that's really practical and good in her makeup. Probably has just a bit more in terms of foot, maybe even bone at the ground. She just comes quite a bit plainer and gives up a lot of performance in this particular class. Congratulations again, a nice class of ewe lambs.
Placing on the senior ewe lambs for the Slickshorn Hampshire show, first to 208, Flanders VIP 4108, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second place to 209, Dino Farms 1515, Sarah Fry, Rochdale, Indiana. Now showing for senior champion and reserve in the slick-sheared Hampshires.
Here in our spring ram lambs with the horn doors, you just started with the most complete ram in my mind, a ram with a lot of depth to that side. For a young ram, a ram that's going to stand here on all four corners up on them toes as we get him out here today. Then once again, a really nice handling ram all the way through. Could probably change how his head and neck come out of that top of his shoulder set just a little bit, make him a little prettier as we get him out here, but I think the overall quality of this ram moves him right to the top of the class. Ram in second, I think follows along as similarly as I can get in this class. Doesn't handle quite as long as that first place ram, but I think he's a really youthful, appearing ram, or a ram that's going to go out and be really good. Then a quite bigger frame ram here to round up the class. Ram that just gets a little fine in his bone. We really need to change how he walks off that back third, especially when you get him out there. He really wants to go all over, but a really good kind of ram in his own right, especially as we talk about that front third. Really good class all the way through. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
For the Horn Dorsets, placing on the spring ram lamb class, first place goes to entry 18, Shots 1448, Christina Shots, DeGraff, Ohio. Second to 19, Shots 1491, Mariah and Jordan Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. And third to 16, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. At this time, we're ready for Slickshorn ram lambs for the Horn Dorset.
Well, certainly been a nice senior youth show here in our slick-sheared Hampshires, and when we get them back out, I certainly think there's quality in our fall ewe lambs, our senior ewe lambs, but in terms of my champion in this division, it's pretty easy for me. We're going to use those two yearling ewes. Congratulations, guys. Nice pair of sheep.
Slickshorn senior champion ewe goes to entry 190, Schroyer 1530, yellow, Isaac Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. The slick-sheared reserve senior champion ewe goes to the second place animal in that Slickshorn yearling ewe class, 197, Schroyer 212, pink, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Now ready for Hampshire, Slickshorn January ewe lambs.
two really high quality kind of slick shorn rams out here in our horn Dorsets. Just a few differences between them. I'm going with the overall longer bodied ram out here, longer handling ram in my mind. Ram that's a little cleaner about that front end as we see him out here today. I'll grant if I could make him a little deeper right through that chest and drop him down a little bit, I think he would really win this class easy. But an overall really good high quality ram, really nice head set to this ram as well. A little deeper bodied ram here in second, and I appreciate him for that. He just gets a little shorter in that overall body work and overall handling as compared to that ram ahead of him, but two really square made rams that would be out here in your slick short class.
Now ready for horn Dorset class to show for pair of ram lambs. Pair ram lambs, please. Placing on the slick shorn ram lamb class for the horn Dorsets, first place to entry 20. Ridge Betts 134, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. Second place to entry 21. Paul R. Castle 5023, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Again, now ready for pair of ram lambs. For the horn Dorsets, placing on the pair of ram lamb class, first place to Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second to Christina Schatz, DeGraff, Ohio. Third to Mariah and Jordan Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. Now ready to show for junior champion and reserve junior champion ram.
really good set of ram lambs out here in our Horn Dorsets in our champion drive. I think they're really good quality rams. Rams are, as we've seen out here today, better on their feet and legs. They're long bodied. Rams are really good about their breed character in my mind. With that, I'll go out and select our champion and junior and reserve champion. But let's give them a nice round of applause. Very great to see ram lambs out here this afternoon.
Junior champion Horn Dorset Ram goes to entry number 13. First in the winter Ram Lamb class, shots 1442. Christina Shots of DeGraff, Ohio. The reserve goes to entry number 12. First in the late fall Ram Lamb class, shots 1370. Mariah and Jordan Troutwine, Greenville, Ohio. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion. We need the senior champion, entry number 2, and the reserve senior champion, entry number 7, in the ring at this time. Following this class, we will have best headed ram.
Let me see as we come out here for our champion ram and our Horn Dorsets. 4 really good rams. I think they're kind of 2 different sets of rams. You got Our senior reserve senior champion out here, they're maybe a little smaller in their overall package, but I think they're really complete rams, really good in their overall length of body. They're good in their handling as we see them out here today. And then you just roll back into your junior champions. They're getting a little bigger frame rams as we get them out here today, but I think they're still really good handling rams that carry out a lot of length. But I think even as we see them still in juniors, they're still going to be continue to grow and move forward. I think, once again, you probably can't break up those two pairs. You need to go one way or another. I have it in my mind where we're going to go today, but it's very close, taking nothing away from those two that aren't going to get the banner today. But let's give all four of them a really nice round of applause. Brought some good meals out here for us to look at this afternoon.
Grand champion ram for the Horn Dorset Show is entry number 13. First place in the winter ram lamb class, Shots 1442, Christina Shots, DeGraff, Ohio. The reserve grand champion is entry 12. Our reserve junior champion, first out of the late fall ram lamb class, Shots 1370, Mariah and Jordan Troutwine, Greenville, Ohio. Now ready for best headed ram.
Really a fantastic class again of ewe lambs over here as we work through the Hampshire show, and deep in terms of quality, deep in terms of structure, and sheep that are practical and functional. Again, a lot of nice sheep over here on this side, and then a group that I feel is just more unique out here in our top lineup, and still very different as you work down through there. I don't know that there's a consistent type to tie to. Other than I would say just very good sheep in a lot of different aspects. I like the ewe that wins. She's not my favorite on the move in terms of what she does in her hip. She wants to just roll up a bit more, but boy, the longer you study in terms of just dimension, rib cage, super handle when you get your hands on her, still has performance. She's not the biggest framed ewe in here, but she's certainly not lightweight. There's a lot of bulk and a lot of power in this one, and she still puts it together in a very attractive package. Not the most attractive, but balanced and complete. The ewe in second's an interesting female. She surpasses our class winner in terms of youthfulness up front, in terms of extension at her neck. She's a sheep that still handles very good down her top. I don't like her quite as well on the move. I read her just a bit straighter in terms of her blade up front and her use of that front leg, but a really complete kind of sheep that balances. I think she can certainly win under a lot of people and merits being up here today. The ewe in third is a real problem for me. I like things about this sheep. I'm also a sucker for falling in love with ones that need to be longer bodied. She needs to be longer bodied. There's no question about that. I love the foot and the bone work in this ewe, and still to have that kind of elegant front end with that kind of foot is a unique, hard thing to come by. I like that about her a lot. I wish I could relax her just a bit in her top line, and my bigger issue is just give her a bit more length of body to work her any higher. Pretty unique kind of female. If you're looking for the longest bodied ewe in the class, I believe she resides right here, or at least in the top group in fourth. And consequently, if you watch her, she just wants to pull in her loin a little too much for me. She doesn't just balance up quite good enough. Again, tremendously powerful to have that kind of length and that kind of front end attached to it. Just not complete enough. I guess you could work her up a couple spots. I certainly don't see her winning this class. The next ewe in line is hip forward, really attractive and balanced. Honestly, when you get your hands on her, she's the lightest dimensioned ewe in this lineup of my top six, and then she's still a sheep that has plenty of dimension, don't get me wrong, but she just doesn't have the power to use the preceder, and my bigger issue is just the set to that hind leg's a little too much for me today. Throw those two things together and we kind of work her down the line, and I think it's really a decision here in fifth and sixth. I kept both these ewes out. The ewe in six handles awesome. She's got a big old deep twist laid in her. She's a sheep that is right up on those toes. Again, she's a bit deeper in her blade than I like. She's a sheep that wants to get a little bit tightened up in her top and loin, but a sheep that really handles good and, again, has a muscle advantage over that one. I just kind of read her as the frailest ewe in this top lineup and one that reads a little shorter than a couple ahead of her. Congratulations, guys. Awesome set of females. It's my pleasure to evaluate them today.
Just want to speak really quick as we have these 4 rams out here for best head in the Dorsets. I think it's really important that you talk about a breed that's as unique as the horned Dorsets are with their horns, and then to look beyond that, I think these are 4 really good examples in my mind. You could go any way. I had a couple that moved to the top for me, but let's give all of them a really nice hand. They did a really nice job. We're going to use that fall buck lamb. There's our reserve senior champion for our best headed ram. I think just a really good ram as we see him out here in that horn set. Let's give him a round of applause.
For the Hampshires, we're ready for Slickshorn February ewe lambs, Slickshorn February ewe lambs, and for the horned Dorsets, we're ready for yearling ewes. Placing on the class of Slickshorn ewe lambs for the January division of the Hampshire show, first is 217, Slack 5275, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to entry 216, Fleener Club Lambs 1500, Kyle and Jen Fleener, Biglerville, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 221, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to 218, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 5 to 222, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. 6 to 226, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. 7 to 227, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 8 to 225, Corbin Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 9 to entry 213, Grace Metzger, Versailles, Kentucky. And 10 to 212, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. For Best Headed Ram for our Horned Dorset show, we have entry number 7 out of the early fall Ram Lamb class, Paul R. Castle 5052, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. This time we need Horned Dorset yearling ewes into the ring. Horned Dorset yearling ewes coming into the ring. Should have Hampshire Slickshorn February ewe lambs in the ring. In that best-headed ram class, the winner of that class received the Marion Mino Honorary Perpetual Award donated by the Castle and Merzinski families. When we get to the award for best-headed ewe, that exhibitor will receive the Jim Leicester Memorial Perpetual Trophy, also donated by the Castle and Merzinski families.
Wow, what an extremely powerful set of females out here in a Horn Dorset show for our yearling ewes. Understand, all the way down in this line, there is not a bad sheep in this class. Even that gentleman that we had to start at the bottom of the class is a really good ewe, and know that I understand that as we get them out here today, we just had to start somewhere. For me today, the ewe to start this class really won this class very early on when she comes out here and walks. When you talk about her overall eye appeal, that length of body as we see her, the squareness that she's standing on those feet and legs, then she really impresses when you get your hands on her. She's the longest loined, widest loined ewe in this class, and just putting it together and still a really feminine package, just a really nice ewe to start this class out with. If I could, we might give her a tick more bone out here, that'd really make her look powerful, but it just a really easy winner in my mind, a really good ewe to start this class. You here in second, I think, follows along very similarly in that overall makeup. We talk about that extension up through that front end, how she ties in through that front, that overall length of body. She got a little more of a hole right behind them shoulders as compared to the ewe ahead of her. Gets a little straighter off those rear legs, but a really, really good ewe. Really balanced, really complete ewe to sit here in third in my mind. A ewe that when you get back off her, you like that levelness, that depth she sees from that side. She's just giving up too much of that power and mass of those two ewes ahead of her. When we talk about a really well balanced, really well put together ewe, I think that's this ewe here in third. I think our ewe here in fourth follows on very similarly. She's maybe a touch longer bodied as we get her out here today. She's carrying a little more condition over those ribs as compared to those three ewes ahead of her for me today, but an overall really solid ewe. And then a really big ribbed ewe to round out this class. A ewe that's standing really straight and true, one of the better ones off those rear legs as we review her out here today. She just gets too short in that overall body style from nose to tail as compared to those 40 ewes ahead of her. Once again, a really deep, really good class of yearling ewes, all very deserving of a big round of applause.
Placing on the fitted yearling ewes for the Horn Dorsets, first place goes to entry 29, Paul R. Castle, W6763, Paul Castle, Whitville, Virginia. Second place to 22, Paul R. Castle, W6729, Christina Schatz, DeGraff, Ohio. Third to 24, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. 4 to 28, Tim and Stacy Gadsby, Minerva, Ohio. 5 to 32, Paul Castle, Whitville, Virginia. 6 to 25, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. 7 to entry 23, Gallagher Farms, Mount Gilead, Ohio. 8 to entry 31, Christina Schatz, DeGraff, Ohio. 9 to 30, Mariah and Jordan Trotwine of Greenville, Ohio. And 10 to 27, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana.
Well, I certainly think a very intriguing class of ewe lambs, and for me, the most difficult one to put together to this point. Obviously, I think you could go some different directions and feel really good about it. I believe the ewe that wins just puts together the most of what was in class, and that's what I'm tasked to do today. She's probably a bit moderate, obviously, for some. I know she is, and I'm not saying she's perfect in terms of her structure. What I love about her is how much body and mass is there, and still how feminine I read that ewe in terms of her shoulder and her front end. She's quite a bit more powerful than the ewe in second. She's just smoother than the ewes as you work down the line. That ewe gives you a nice look. She's going to take a great picture, and then you're not disappointed when you step in and get on top of that one in terms of true body and mass. She's bold. She's opened up. That's a pretty unique one in my mind. The ewe in second is very intriguing to me, and I assume to others as you study her extra femininity, if you will, her length up front for sure. She's good in her chest. She's a ewe that just gets a little bit disappointing, I guess, as I step right in behind her. She just doesn't measure up with really the ewes on either side of her, and we can go down into fifth. That's the lightest muscled ewe out here in the lineup. She's still elegant. She's feminine. I like her bone work. I'd like to relax her sometimes when we get her out on the go up front a little bit. Similar things are going to be said about the ewe in third. The ewe in third, again, a very unique female in my mind. Right now she's not exactly showing it. There we go. Ewe that really is massive and bold again and stout and still good in terms of her neck and her chest. I do not like how this ewe travels out of her front end as well as the ewes ahead of her. She wants to paddle a bit more. Part of that, I think, is attitude. We're going to say part of that just is the fact that she's not quite as square and true when you step right in front of her there. The UN4, an interesting sheep, longer bodied probably than the ewe that precedes her, heavier structured. I read this one a bit coarse for my liking. Started her shoulder even as she hooks her hip and her loin together. A ewe that's really deep twisted, really powerful. It's a question of how much power do we need. I think we have plenty of power ahead of her. I don't find this one as feminine, as elegant as the ewes that precede her in class. A really nice ewe in fifth. And then there were some nice ewes down the line. This ewe in fifth is sound. She's square. She's a great sheep. Frankly, she just gets in here, and there's not quite enough of her to justify, in my mind, getting her any higher. I love the power that she has and how square she stays at the ground. Really like the elegance of the ewe that was in sixth. Tremendous female, very different in her kind than the 5 sheep that are out here. Went ahead and left her sixth today, but I think she has a lot of good in her as well. Great class to evaluate, guys. I enjoyed it a tremendous amount. Congratulations to the winners.
Placing on the class of Hampshire February Slickshorn ewe lambs, first place to entry 244. Fleener Club Lambs 1508, Kyle and Jen Fleener, Biglerville, Pennsylvania. Second to 247, Fleener Club Lambs 1511, Kyle and Jen Fleener, Biglerville, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry number 236, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to entry 232, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 5 to entry 235, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. 6th place to entry 248, Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. 7 to 234, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 8th place to entry 252, Lazy 5 Ranch, China Grove, North Carolina. 9 to 249, Brody Payne, Agency, Missouri. And 10th place to entry 239, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma.
very similar to the yearling ewe fitted class. I think the slick shirt class, the yearling ewes all the way down through. All 7 of these ewes are very high quality ewes in my mind, all the way down through. I got 3 up here at the top I think are very similar in their overall makeup. They're all-bodied ewes, they're really good handling ewes. What it's going to come down to, in my mind, between these first 2 is how they get out and move as they walk around the ring. I think our first place ewe is the more correct in her overall stride as she gets out and moves. She's level about that top, over that shoulder. She's good about that front end. She's long enough in her overall body makeup. Granted, she doesn't maybe carry as much muscle right in the lower part of that leg as it compares to the second place ewe, but I think for a ewe that just gets out and strides and moves, she's going to be at the top of this class for me. Once again, here, this ewe in second, I'll grant, is a little bigger as you view her from behind as we talk about a muscle aspect. She's really power-packed ewe as we get her out here today. She's carrying a little more condition over the front of that rib as compared to the first place ewe. And like I said, I just like to get them rear legs reaching out a little farther forward when we get her out on the walk, but a really high-quality ewe in her own right. Ewe here in third follows along very similarly to those 2 ewes ahead of her, carrying that really good amount of muscle down in there. Just gets a little softer on them pasterns as compared to those ewes ahead of her. Not quite as bold over that top as those 2 ewes, but a really high quality ewe. Really big ribbed ewe, a little smaller framed ewe here in fourth, in my mind, just giving up that overall power and muscle, carrying a little bit more of that white muscle over the ribs as compared to those ewes ahead of her today, but a really high quality ewe. And then one of the softer handling ewes is the reason we have this ewe here in fifth, but I think for that levelness of body and that overall makeup, she's very deserving of this top group. And once again, 2 ewes over here on the side that are very good in their own right, all the way down through a nice class of slick showing yearling ewes.
Now ready in the ring for pair of yearling ewes, Horn Dorset pair yearling ewes. Placing on the class of slick-shorn yearling ewes for the Horn Dorsets, first to entry 40, Gadsby, 1402, Tim and Stacy Gadsby, Minerva, Ohio. Second to entry 33, Paul R. Castle, W, 6688, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Third to 38, Mariah and Jordan Troutwine, Greenville, Ohio. 4 to 34, Gallagher Farms, Mount Gilead, Ohio. 5 to 37, Michael Hof, Milton, Wisconsin. 6 to entry 35, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. And 7 to entry 39, Monica Ebert, St. George, Kansas.
I think this class, again, very, very challenging. And obviously there's some differences out here in my mind in terms of maturity, and how you fit that together is my call today. So I'm accepting of that in some areas, and maybe not quite enough in some other areas. That'll be up to the, I'm sure, the crowd's decision on that. I'm going to use a ewe that's not by any means the highest performing sheep in here, but she's not the lowest performing sheep either. And relative to her age, I think there's plenty there. To me, this ewe is by far the most unique of the sheep in here. Again, has power, has mass, has structure, and is still elegant in terms of her neck, and put together really neat up front. I think she just puts together the most for me pretty handily. After that, it's kind of anybody's decision from there. The ewe that's going to go second, a little coarse, a little plain for me in terms of her front third, but tremendously powerful and good in her structural build and basics. If we look again at just what a commercial ewe can offer, this one has all the right pieces. She's stout, she's correct, she's powerful, she's got performance, she's got length of body. Again, just not attractive enough for me, and a little coarse to go ahead and run her any higher. The ewe in third is a ewe that I don't love at times. It depends on the look you get. You stand right in behind that ewe, you love her shape. Again, I like the fact that she's youthful. If I could change this ewe a little bit, again, it would be up in her front third, and I've kind of got some issues there with those two ewes in second and third. The ewe in fourth clearly represents a different kind of the industry, if you will, with some framework, but she is feminine, and she is balanced, and she's good on her feet. She's just quite a bit frailer for me than what I prefer, but I still love her from a growth perspective, and certainly think that she's a quality sheep. She's just a different kind of sheep. And then we round out the group with a really neat sheep that's just not quite there yet. She wants to get a little rounder at times when she gets on the move. You kind of pull that one together and evaluate her, and I think she's just going to get better with age. She does appear to be one of the more youthful ewes out here in the lineup. Congratulations, a very interesting class to work through. Like the class winner to lead the steal quite a bit.
Placing on the Horn Dorset class of pair yearling ewes, first place to Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second place, Christina Schatz, DeGraff, Ohio. Third, Tim and Stacy Gadsby, Minerva, Ohio. 4, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. 5, Mariah and Jordan Troutwine, Greenville, Ohio. 6, Gallagher Farms, Mount Gilead, Ohio. 7, Michael Hof, Milton, Wisconsin. Placing on the March and later Slickshorn ewe lambs for the Hampshire show, first to entry number 260, Flanders VIP 5048, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second to 262, Lazy 5, 2917, Lazy 5 Ranch, China Grove, North Carolina. Third to entry 266, Brody Payne, Agency, Missouri. 4 to 256, Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. 5 to 263, Northern Oklahoma College, Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 6 to 264, also Northern Oklahoma Sheep Center. 7 to 261, JP Genetics, Bridgeville, Delaware. 8 to 257, Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. 9 to 259, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. And 10 to 253, David Van Cleve Hamps, Seneca, Illinois.
As we move into our junior selection champion U, I really believe a super set of females out here. The structure's right. They still have some femininity. They're not too coarse for me. They still look like ladies. I do think there's some variation in that, but sheep that still fit a lot of needs in my mind, that have muscle, that have structure, that have balance. And I really think within that it was a deep show, but there's a pair of females in particular that just catch my attention, and that I'm really excited to name your junior champion, reserve junior champion today. So if you would just take a moment, congratulate these exhibitors. I'll show you who those two ewes are.
Slick-sheared junior champion U for the Hampshires goes to entry 217, slack 5275, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. The reserve junior champion is 216, second in that same January class. Fleener Club Lambs 1500, Kyle and Jen Fleener, Biglerville, Pennsylvania. Now ready to show for overall champion slick-sheared U and reserve. Placing on the
as we continue through this female show in the Horn Dorsets, I really want to commend them. We're going to talk about this a bunch. I'm seeing the pattern rolling that all 7 of these females really, really high quality all the way down through. Understand how difficult it was to bring that one into 7th. As we see out here, just really good sheep. 2 really phenomenal ewes in my mind to lead off this class. They got some different parts and pieces almost to them, but I think as you break them down, they're very similar in their overall makeup. Starting with you, I'll grant is just a touch taller at the point of the shoulder, and that's not what does it for me. What it really is when you get your hands on her. She's the longest loined, longest hinds head, one of the heaviest muscle down the lower part of that leg use, and that's what's going to get her up in here in my mind. I grant she's a touch finer in her bone work as opposed to that second place ewe, but I think when we just talk about the amount of muscle, amount of power in this ewe, she needs to get to the top of the class in my mind. This ewe in second, I thought about using her to start this class. A lot of times she hits so many of the things that I like. She's big-footed. She's the best walking ewe out here. She almost glides the way she gets out on the move, and I really appreciate her for that. What it is for me was when we get our hands on her. She's that notch shorter loin as compared to that ewe ahead of her. She's that notch narrower over that top. But a really, really phenomenal ewe in her own right, really deserving of being right up here. Really good about the front third is this ewe lamb in 3rd place. You really like for that extension up through that front end. You like when you get back that boldness of ribs she's showing us, really square and true on those feet and legs. She just gives up too much of that overall length of body as compared to those 2 ewes when we get her out here on the side. But a really fancy, really eye-appealing ewe in her own right. Are you hearing 4 fowls long similarly? I'll grant she's a notch longer probably from that nose to tail as we see her. She just wants to hawk in a touch, not carry quite the muscle that ewe lamb ahead of her, but a really good feminine type of ewe lamb here. Then a really big ribbed ewe. We rounded out our top 5. A ewe you like for her broodiness, the amount of power she's bringing out here today. For me, it's when we get her out on the move. She really wants to rotate that top. She doesn't want to reach out quite as good on those rear legs as compared to the 4 ahead of her. But when we talk about that overall power that she's walking out here with, we need to get her up in this top group. Once again, a really good, really deep class, very deserving a big round of applause.
Placing on the Hampshire slick-sheared pair ewe lamb class, first went to Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second place to Kyle and Jen Fleener, Biglerville, Pennsylvania. Third to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 4 to Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. 5th place to Land Run Hamps of Agra, Oklahoma. 6th place to Lazy 5 Ranch, China Grove, North Carolina. And 7 to Campbell, Clark, and Corbin Coyle of Danville, Kentucky.
So it's really been my pleasure to judge your slick-sheared Hampshire show at the North American. As I stated when we started, I really look forward to this one. I appreciate this group of sheep, and I appreciate what these producers are trying to do. And what's great about this industry is there's so many differences and kinds and likes, and you go throughout the barn, and what people appreciate and like is what makes this thing go around. And I read an article by Greg Smith there in the Monadale magazine earlier in the week just about how there are those things, and you need to appreciate them and enjoy the moment, enjoy the friendship, enjoy the family atmosphere. I totally agree with all that. I was honored to share my opinion with you today. You know, I've seen Warren Beeler in and out of here a few times. I think he's a great man, and I love that he's taken this on, and I just want to again encourage you to support what's going on here. I love this show. I love this time of year for that reason. So it was my pleasure to work through this show. I think we've got you a nice set of females out here to represent this side of the breed and this side of the industry. I do think that there's a really elite female that I'm really proud to name your champion today. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for everybody to show your champion reserve in this division.
For the slick-sheared Hampshire show, our overall champion ewe is our senior champion ewe, entry 190 out of the yearling ewe class, Schroyer, 1530, yellow, Isaac Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. The reserve champion is second out of that yearling ewe class, Schroyer, 212, pink, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Placing on the early fall ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first to 44, Gallagher K187, Gallagher Farms, Mount Galeb, Ohio. Second to 48, Gallagher G117, Gallagher Farms, Mount Galeb, Ohio. Third to 47, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. 4 to 43, Michael Hof, Milton, Wisconsin. 5 to 42, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. 6 to 49, Natalie Richardson, Westchester, Ohio, and 7 to 46, Christina Schatz, DeGraff, Ohio.
Well, we've talked about in all three of these classes with these Horn Dorset senior females. I think as we get out here for our senior champion, I'm really excited about these 6 ewes that are out here. I think they're really good in their overall breed type. They're really good about their boldness, about their overall body. They're really good about their length of side. They really handle really nice. Standing on all 4 corners, really good. And then they bring some eye appeal to the ring too, and that's always important when we're talking about a show ring out here and combining those things, that broodiness as these ewes continue to go forth and produce for these exhibitors. I have 2 that really match up in my mind and make it pretty easy to be the top 2 and which way you want to go back and forth. But let's give all these a really big round of applause. Really good set of senior females.
For the slick-sheared Hampshire show, our premier exhibitor was Joel Flanders of Noblesville, Indiana. Senior champion Horn Dorset ewe is entry 44 out of the early fall ewe lamb class, Gallagher K187, Gallagher Farms, Mount Galeb, Ohio. The reserve senior champion ewe, entry 29 out of the yearling ewe class, Paul R. Castle W6763, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Now ready for Horn Dorset late fall ewe lambs. Horn Dorset late fall ewe lambs. Also on the Hampshire side, we're ready for our Grand Champion Hampshire ewe class, Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion ewe class.
as we move into our junior division here in the Horn Dorset females, some different parts and pieces in our top group and on down, and I got to go back and forth. I think we have kind of two pairs in the top part of this class. I'm starting with a little bigger ribbed ewes. I know better handling ewes as we talk about these first two. I'm starting with a ewe that's really pretty about how she ties in through that front. She lays into that shoulder really nice. She's really straight and true on those front legs. She's got some depth to that side. Then when you get your hands on her, she's by far the widest over top of any of the ewes in the class. I'd like to lengthen her up a little bit over in her overall body length. Want to stand her a little straighter and truer off those rear legs, but I think overall just a really nice ewe to start this class. I think our ewe in second here follows along very similarly in that aspect. Granted, with her too, I want to change just a little bit of that set to those rear hocks. When we talk about that length of loin, that width of loin, these two ewes just need to move up into the top. I think this ewe in second gets a little coarser about her front end as it compares to that ewe ahead of her, and that's what it comes down to in my mind between these two really high quality females. Two little longer bodied ewes as you step back and view them in here in third and fourth. Unfortunately, that doesn't carry through when you get your hands on them. They're not as long in loin as the two ewes ahead of them, and that's what's going to sit them in third and fourth for me today. Using the ewe in third here, I think it's just a little bigger rib, a little deeper in her outline as we view her from the side as compared to that fourth place ewe. Then a really big broody kind of ewe to round out our top five. She just gets quite a bit of coarser, carrying quite a bit more of that weight down in that chest floor. Too much weight over those ribs in my mind to get her up any higher. When we talk about a ewe with a lot of boldness and a lot of spring to that rib, very deserving of this top part. Really good group all the way down through of ewe lambs.
Well, we get into this Supreme female overall in your Hampshire National Hampshire sale. Me and Mr. Beckmeyer had conversations, and we kind of come up with there's no loser. Your slick shorn, champion slick shorn sheep is very, very good. She's very unique. The thing that we both kind of agreed with, to be at this, to change her, to put her up over the edge, we'd like to maybe just extend her through that neck region just a skosh more, put a little bit more of that eye appeal to her. She's really good, but we get back to our wooled sheep, and we figured those two are just absolutely phenomenal and for the breed, for the representation. And he'll go out and congratulate your champion, Supreme ewe, and your reserve Supreme ewe.
Grand Champion Hampshire ewe goes to entry number 70. First out of the early fitted yearling ewe class, L&L 1484 L&L Hampshire's Blair, Blair, Nebraska. The reserve was second in that class and was our reserve senior champion in the fitted show. Mad River Valley Hampshire's 171X 136, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Now ready to judge best headed ewe. Best headed ewe, please. Ready for Hampshire, best headed ewe in the ring. Placing on the class of Horn Dorset late fall ewe lambs. First to 56, Ridge Betts 130, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. Second place to 52, Castle W 6960, Michael Hof, Milton, Wisconsin. Third to 57, Lance Thompson, Kensington, Ohio. 4 to 53, Lance Thompson. 5 to 55, Christina Schatz, DeGraff, Ohio. 6 to 50, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. 7 to 58, Monica Ebert, St. George, Kansas. And 8 to 54, Mariah and Jordan Troutwine, Greenville, Ohio. Now ready in the ring for winter ewe lambs, Horn Dorset winter ewe lambs. Best headed ewe for the Hampshire show went to entry 112. First in the January ewe lamb fitted show, Bob and Dryer 1515, Bob and Dryer, Hampshire's Pipestone, Minnesota.
Another really, really good class of horn females out here. Two very similar ewes in their overall makeup as I see them out here today. Really good about that front ends on these ewes. They're standing really straight and true on these legs. They got some depth aside. I think when we're talking about ewe lambs, the ewe lambs are going to continue to grow and have that look to them. Starting with a really eye-appealing ewe, we talk about how she ties in through that front end. She really just leaps up out of the top of that shoulder, stands out there really good. Really level about that top. She's really good when you get your hands on her. That width of loin and that length of loin is where she's going to get over our second place ewe in just a touch. I'd like to flatten out. She wants to get a little flat on that horn set for me, but I think in overall just a really nice ewe to start this class. I think our ewe here in second, once again, follows on very similar. Gets a little coarser about that bottom part of her chest as compared to that ewe ahead of her. Just that slight notch shorter in that loin as compared to the ewe ahead of her, but really good long-bodied ewes, especially as you view her from the side. Really big boned ewe, really nice ewe for that aspect. Sitting here in third, she just gets a little rounder in her overall makeup as compared to those ewes ahead of her. But when we talk about a really deep-sided, big-ribbed ewe, we appreciate her for that. Once again, our ewe here in fourth is very similar in that aspect. She's that really broody kind of ewe. She just gets rounder and coarser in that front end, wants to get quite a bit steeper off that rump as compared to the three ewes ahead of her. But I think for that boldness and broodiness of this ewe, we want to get her up into the top part of this group. Then a little more feminine designed ewe to round out our top five here. A ewe that gets a little finer in her bone work as it compares to the ewes ahead of her, gets a little shorter in her overall body style. When we talk about eye appeal and pizzazz, how she ties together, that's that ideal look in that front third as we see this ewe out here, especially when you get around to the front to her. We just need to lengthen her out a touch to get ahead of these bigger or longer ewes ahead of her, but I think very deserving. Good class all the way down through the Horn Dorset ewe lambs.
Well, as we reconvene over here to select our overall Hampshire Ram, certainly again sheep out here that represent a lot of good things about the breed from a performance standpoint. Some really nice top lines on these guys when you get your hands on them. And Tom and I were a little quicker to come to our decision here for your champion reserve. We just think this old yearling buck, if he wants to go out and congratulate him, he's going to be your champion out of the fitted division. we're going to come back here with the Slick Shoot buck for reserve today. Congratulations.
Now ready for Best Headed Ram for the Hampshires, and we're ready for Spring New Lambs for the Horned Dorsets. For the Hampshire show, our grand champion Hampshire was entry number 29 from the fitted show. He was our senior champion, and he was our first place yearling ram, held 14-1547, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. The reserve came from our Slick Shorn classes. He was out of the March and later Ram Lamb class. Land Run 1507, Land Run Hamps, Agra, Oklahoma. Now showing Best Headed Ram, placing on the class of winter ewe lambs for the Horned Dorsets. First to entry number 60, Paul R. Castle, W6932, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second to entry 61, Gadsby 1489, Hunter Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Third to entry number 81, Jeff McDaniel, Arlington, Indiana. 4 to entry number 62, Christina Schatz, DeGraff, Ohio. 5 to 63, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. 6 to 65, Keaton Snipes, DeGraff, Ohio. 7 to 66, Mariah and Jordan Troutline, Greenville, Ohio. 8 to entry 64, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 9 to 59, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Hampshire exhibitors now ready for best mixed pair, bred and owned. Best headed ram for the Hampshire show goes to entry number 21, Sullivan 1502, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut, out of the fitted January Ram Lamb class. Again, now showing mixed pair, bred and owned. Mixed pair, bred and owned. Now ready for Hampshire Young Flock, and then we'll do the flock class. Winner of the mixed pair bred and owned class is Strawberry Fields, Hampshires, and they are from West Greenwich, Rhode Island. Strawberry Fields, Hampshires, West Greenwich, Rhode Island is the winner of the mixed pair bred and owned. Now ready for Young Flock for the Hampshires, Young Flock.
Kind of a little bit of different parts and pieces here as we round out our fitted show for our Horn Dorset ewes. Started with a really easy winner in my mind, a really flashy ewe. She's really level about that top. She's in short fleece. A lot of what you see is what you get in this ewe lamb, and I appreciate that. As you view her from the side, we could maybe lengthen her out in her overall body a little. She's got a little more daylight underneath her, maybe deepen her up a little bit. But I think she's a really youthful appearing ewe that's going to continue to grow. And so for all those reasons, I think she needs to win this class pretty nicely in my mind. I think our ewe lamb in second follows along similarly as we talk about that level of top. She's carrying a little more wool over that top. She's not quite as big as we're seeing her out here today, but she's got really long body. She's really good about how she comes out there and handling as we bring her out here into this class. Just giving up a little bit of that as we compare to our first place ewe. Ewe here in third follows along similarly to those two ewes as we talk about a long-bodied, level-made kind of ewe. For me, what's going to get her into third is when we get her out on the move. She wants to get softer on those rear passions as compared to those two ewes ahead of her that are just really up on their toes, but a really good, high-quality female in her own right. Big rib, deep-sided ewe here in fourth. A ewe that's just getting a little more condition. I think she needs to be in as we talk about a younger ewe lamb. She shortens up a little bit in her body, but she's standing really straight and true off those four corners as we get her out here today. She's really nice handling you in her own right. And then a ewe lamb around out our top five just gets a little coarser about the bottom part of that chest floor. Not as pretty in her overall design as those ewes ahead of her. Gets a little steeper out over that rump, but she's a really good long-bodied, green-appearing ewe. It's going to continue to grow. Good class all the way down through.
Now ready for Horn Dorset, Slick Shorn, ewe lambs. Horn Dorset, Slick Shorn, ewe lambs to the ring, please. Placing on the spring ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first place to 68, Paul R. Castle, BK 337. Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second to 70, Gadsby 1512, Hunter Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Third to 72, Natalie Richardson, Westchester, Ohio. 4 to 67, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. 5 to entry 69, Christina Schatz, DeGraff, Ohio. 6 to 71, Mariah and Jordan Troutwine, Greenville, Ohio. 7th to 73, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Winner of the Young Flock Award for the Hampshires is Strawberry Fields Hampshires, West Greenwich, Rhode Island. Now ready for the flock class.
want to give him a commendation to these breeders as we switch from what is primarily a fitted sheep into a slick shorn. I think we all the way down through this class, a good representative of animals that are able to be slick shorn and still come out and show us some style and some finesse as we see them out here today. Just a really kind of complete ewe in my mind to start this class with. Really good handling ewe. As you see her out here, she's really level right out over that dot, carrying a lot of muscle down in that leg, standing on some good feet and legs. If I could, as we get her out on the walk, she wants to break behind them shoulders, like her be able to hold her top together as we get her out on the move. But I think overall, just a really nice ewe to start this class with. There you were here in second, follows along very similarly in that overall levelness and design to her. She's getting a little more condition on those ribs out here for me today. I'd like to change that horn set a little bit, give her a little more width out there to move ahead of our first place ewe, but a really high quality ewe lamb in her own right. Really long body ewe, very similar to those two ewes ahead of her. In my mind, this ewe here in third, she just wants to drop in that top a little bit, gets a little flatter about that muscle pattern as compared to those two ewes ahead of her for me today. But I think I'll talk about that overall length of body and depth of side, a really quality ewe. So we move down the side here, some ewes just getting a little coarser in their overall makeup as compared to these three ewes, but a really good high quality set all the way down through.
Results of the Hampshire flock class. First place goes to L&L Hampshire's Blair, Nebraska. Second place to Strawberry Fields Hampshire's West Greenwich, Rhode Island. Third place to Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4, Bobendreyer Hampshire's Pipestone, Minnesota. 5, Bobendreyer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6th place, Campbell, Corbin, Clark, Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. That does conclude our Hampshire show. Our judges for the Hampshire show have been Craig Beckmeyer and Tom Wilworth. Placing on the Slickshorn class of ewe lambs for the Horned Dorsets. First place to entry 78, Paul R. Castle, W6971, Paul Castle, Whitville, Virginia. Second to 76, Ridge Betts, 129, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. Third to 79, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 4 to 77, Monica Ebert, St. George, Kansas. 5 to 74, Keaton Snipes, DeGraff, Ohio. 6 to 75, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan in Body Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Horned Dorsets, first place to Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second place to Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. Third, Gallagher Farms, Mount Gilead, Ohio. 4, Hunter Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 to Michael Hof, Milton, Wisconsin. 6 to Mariah and Jordan Troutwine, Greenville, Ohio. 7, Christina Schatz, DeGraff, Ohio. 8, Lance Thompson, Kensington, Ohio. And 9 to Keaton Snipes, DeGraff, Ohio. Now showing for junior champion and reserve junior champion U. For the Horned Dorsets, your next class will be grand champion U and reserve. That'll be followed by the best headed U and then the flock.
I think a lot of real quality here in our junior division for our Horned Dorset females. I think if we look out at these 8 ewes, they once again have exemplified many things that I know I'm looking for in my breeding program, and I think are important to the sheep breed as we talk about good structured sheep. They're long-bodied sheep. They're good handling sheep. If we're talking about ewe lambs here and junior ewe lambs at that aspect, I think they need to look like they're going to continue to go forward and grow as we move forward and be here next year as big old yearlings and ready to take on the show ring once again. And add that eye appeal aspect to it too as we come out here on the green shavings. I think it's important to add that into the mix as well. I'm really happy with these 8 ewes out here. I think they really look good. I think they deserve a really big round of applause. Brought a nice set of females. Let's give them a nice round of applause. I'll go out and select your champion, reserve junior champions.
Junior champion U for the Horn Dorsets, it's entry number 60. Out of the Winter U Lamb class, Paul R. Castle W, 6'9", Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. The reserve junior champion is entry number 68 from the Spring U Lamb class, Paul R. Castle, BK 337, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion U.
As we finish out our female Horn Dorset show here, I don't think we need to drag this out a whole lot longer. I think we talked enough about these 4 ewes out here. I think I'm most happy as we look at these 4 out here, and they're the 4 very similar ewes in their overall makeup. But I like to always say you can judge a judge by their champion drive. If they come out there and those sheep all look similar, they're going to be different ages and a little bit of weight size. You talk about days of age, but beyond that, they're very comparable in their overall makeup. And in my mind, I think we've hit that with these 4 females out here. They're really high quality all the way down through. I think you could probably go any of the ways with these 4, and I couldn't argue with you a whole lot. I got it in my mind which way I want to go, but I think these exhibitors really deserving of a big, big round of applause. Really good set of females.
Grand Champion U for the Horn Dorset show goes to entry number 44, our Senior Champion U, out of the early fall ewe lamb class, Gallagher K187, Gallagher Farms of Mount Gilead, Ohio. The reserve goes to entry number 29, first out of our yearling U class, our Senior Reserve Champion U, Paul R. Castle W, 6763, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Now ready for Best Headed Ewe for the Horn Dorsets. for Horn Dorset, our best headed ewe was our grand champion ewe. Entry number 44, the early fall ewe lamb, Gallagher K187, Gallagher Farms, Mount Gilead, Ohio. Now ready for the Horn Dorset flock class. Horn Dorset flock.
I don't generally give reasons on group classes, and for the most part, this isn't actually reasons on this class. I just want to take a moment while they're finishing lining up and doing the record keep, commend the Horn Dorset breeders out here today. They brought out an exceptional group of sheep all the way down through. I think they should be commended for that. While there's one group that has to be fifth in this class, know that I don't think there's a bad sheep out here. They're really high quality all the way down through. I think these folks should get a really big round of applause. Brought a great set of sheep out here today. A commending to the staff as well, Deb and Nancy and the crew that's working over here. Give them a big round of applause too, doing a great job.
Placing on the class for flock for the Horn Dorsets. First place in the flock and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second to Gallagher Farms, Mount Gilead, Ohio. Third to Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. 4, Christina Schatz, DeGraff, Ohio. And 5th to Mariah and Jordan Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. That does conclude your National Horn Dorset show for this year. The judge has been Matt Scramlin of Holly, Michigan.
Had a very nice set of Border Leicester rams out here to start the day with. The ram on the top, a really massive sheep. You really like that sheep for the thickness down that top line. A beautiful headed ram. Really big volume to this sheep. You really like that rib cage in this sheep. You like the dimension down that top line. You like that nice squareness down the top. Beautiful fleece in this sheep when you open that up. Very uniform from the shoulders back through. The ram in second follows him quite similar in his style. Not quite the length of body, not quite the size and scale, not quite the total volume, but another really beautiful fleece on this sheep. You crack that open, a nice luster to that fleece. Beautiful down the lower part of the rib cage. I changed these two bucks third and fourth. The ram in third a little shorter sided, and I think I've gotten my fourth place ram, but I think he wins the class on the wool quality. A lot better wool down the lower part of the rib cage. Carries his fleece uniform from the shoulders back through the breech. The next ram down in fourth, a really nice profiling ram down that top. You like that straightness down the top line. You like that muscling down the top, just not quite the wool quality in the lower part of the rib cage. Another nice ram down in fifth, just gives up too much size and scale, too much volume to get above the rams above him. A very nice set top to bottom.
Just hit it once.
Our judge for the National Border Leicester show today is David Klauser of Polk, Ohio. Dave is a sheep shearer and he buys lambs and wool as well. He retired recently from Mansfield Correctional Prison Farm as the farm manager, where he overlooked 250 acres of cropland and had a 300 head cow-calf operation. Let's welcome Dave Klauser to your National Border Leicester show. Placing on that white division Border Leicester yearling ram class, first place to entry 6, 14079 1270, Overlook Manor Farm, Warrenton, Virginia. Second to entry 2, Deacon 1965, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Third to entry 1, Brenda Adams, Shabance, Illinois. 4 to entry number 5, Connor Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. And 5 to entry 7, Connor Vincent, Laurel, Delaware.
Go. Thanks. Had a really nice fall ram lamb, really nice down the top line. You really like that expression of muscle from the shoulders back into the hind saddle. Really good tail set to this sheep. You admire this sheep for that great wool quality when you open that up. The fleece has just got a great color to it, very uniform down the lower part of the ribs. A very nice fall ram lamb.
Now ready for early ram lambs. Early ram lambs. What's Greg want? I can't read his lips. Placing on the fall ram lamb class, first place to entry 8, Deacon 1974, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois.
Well, it's a real pleasure to be here and do your Columbia show tonight. This is a breed that me and my wife used to raise, and I still like these sheep an awful lot. Just a little tougher for us being in Indiana to sell them than when we lived out west, but I still think this is one of the mainstays of the sheep industry. To start off here with today, I want to commend you guys. These 5 rams really got nice heads on them. I think that's an important part of the Columbias. They need to look like a Columbia. I hate some of these sheep that you can't distinguish what breed they are, and all 5 of these rams you can. To start out with here today, this is a really close placing for me here in first and second. We got different fleece lengths on these rams. I don't think we have much of a size difference. That's not a factor for me. The ram we're starting with here, I like the way his extension is. I like his upstandiness. I like the bone on this ram a whole lot. A real uniform fleece on him. He doesn't have the character to his fleece that we have in our second place ram, but I still think he's got a very acceptable fleece for the Columbia breed, and it's very uniform from top to bottom, front to rear. The ram we have here in second, like I say, I like the fleece on this ram. He's shown in short fleece. I like that a lot about him. He's sound on his feet and legs. I think he gives up a little bit in length. I think he gives up a little bit in bone. I think that's why I like him here in second place. Next 3 rams we have in line, real functional, usable rams. Ram we have here in third probably has the most character to his fleece of any ram we have out here today. He just gives up an awful lot in size and scale to these 2 rams ahead of him, and I think that size and scale is important in this Columbia breed. When we used to sell a lot of range rams, I know it was very important in that aspect of it, so I still want a big sheep. Ram we've got here in fourth, a ram that's got a little more fleece on him than the 3 rams above him. I'm not faulting him for that. I just think he gives up a little bit of uniformity in his fleece compared to the rams above him, but you have to like him for his size and scale and the size of foot on him, and I think he has to fit there in fourth. Ram we've got here in fifth, very usable kind of ram, nothing really wrong with him. He's the same way. He gives up some size and scale to get up here any higher today, but a really nice class, the yearling rams. Thanks for bringing them out.
Now ready for Columbia Senior Ram Lambs. Placing on the yearling ram class, first place to entry number 4, Bauk 4-24, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second to entry number 2, Worm 408, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Third to entry 5, David Brunner, Greencastle, Indiana. 4 to entry 3, Highway C Columbias, Minduro, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 1, Thomas Connor, Asheville, Ohio.
And another nice set of bucks out here. The ram on the top end, I think, a really pretty ram. A really good profiling sheep. You like how that sheep runs uphill. Really long-bodied sheep, longest-bodied sheep in the class. Really nice in that tail set. You like how that ram carries that profile back into that hind saddle quite well. Really good fleece on this sheep when you open that up. Just a beautiful fleece from the shoulders down the lower part of the rib. A little thicker made sheep back here in second. A lot more condition on this sheep down the lower part of the rib cage. Beautiful fleece on this sheep also. Very nice from the shoulders back into the breech. The problem shape for me is a ram down here in third. A really good profiling sheep. You really admire that sheep for that straightness down the top. The growability in this sheep. Just not quite the wool quality there today. Not the tightness of that fleece. Not the prettiness to that fleece. Just not quite the wool quality that I had in the two rams above it. The next ram down in class, a little softer in the top. Not quite the size and scale, but top to bottom, a very nice set.
Placing on the class of early Ram Lambs for the Border Leicesters in the white division. First to entry 9, Taylor, 15022, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second to entry entry 10, Fogel, 1024, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Third to entry 11, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. And forward to entry 12, Heidi Barclay, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania.
Real difficult class for me to judge today. We've got 4 quality rams out here, but there's things I like and dislike about them. I don't know that there's anything that just jumps out and says I hate one of them. But ram we start with here, I like this ram on the move pretty well. He's pretty free and easy moving. He's not the longest ram we have out here, but I think he's long enough. But he's got some condition problems with his fleece, but his fleece is uniform about him. I like the head on this ram. He wasn't my easy choice, but I think he needs to win this class. The ram we've got here second, obviously, is one of the bigger frame rams in here. I don't like the way this buck travels on his feet and legs when he moves around the ring. He still has some high qualities about him. He's really good out through his dock set. He has a very uniform fleece, but it doesn't have quite as much character as what we see in this first place ram, but another high quality ram. Ram we have here in third was my difficult ram for me. I like the length of this ram, very good about that part. He changes up in his fleece about as much as any of them does. He doesn't have belly wool. He just changes grades a little bit more than what these 2 rams do above him today, so therefore I had to put him in third. ram we have here in fourth, another high quality ram, a big ram, just a little finer featured than what we see in these 3 rams above him today to get him up any higher than this, but a really good quality set of fall ram lambs.
Now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion ram for the Columbias. Placing on the senior ram lamb class, first place to entry 8, Troxel, 1420 egg. Troxel Columbias, Plainfield, Wisconsin. Second to entry 7, Bauk 4-89, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Third to 6, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. And 4 to entry 9, Megan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
Had a really nice set of ram lambs out here. The ram that wins this class, really straight down that top line. You admire that sheep for the straightness down the top, the dimension of that rib cage. You like that rack in the sheep. A really good butted sheep. Really nice feet and legs underneath this sheep. He walks out real well, trails real well. Really nice up through that front end. You like that trimness up through the front. You like that nice white head on this sheep. Then you open the fleece, you're not disappointed at all. A beautiful fleece in the shoulders, really carries well down the lower part of the rib cage. A little larger frame buck down here in second, not quite as good on them feet and legs in the front end. Doesn't walk out quite as smooth as my top buck does, but still a very useful, very nice buck. The buck that's got the fleece is the ram in third. A beautiful fleece on this sheep. You admire that when you open that up. I just like to stretch him out a little bit, give him a little more length of body, give him a little more size and scale, but top to bottom, a very nice set.
Senior champion ram for the Columbias goes to entry number 4, our first place yearling ram, Bauk 4-24, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. The reserve senior champion to entry number 8, our first place senior ram lamb, Troxel 1426, Troxel Columbias, Plainfield, Wisconsin. Now ready for early junior ram lambs for the Columbias, early junior ram lambs. And on the Border Leicester side, we're ready for white division late ram lambs, white late ram lambs. Placing on the class of intermediate ram lambs for the white Border Leicesters, first to 15, Taylor 15059, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 14, Taylor 15047, also Callie Taylor. And third to entry 13, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio.
Had another very nice set of ram lambs out here. The ram that wins this class is a really nice profiling ram. You like that ram up through the front end, really got a good set of feet and legs underneath him. Nice and attractive up through that front end. He profiles real good. He runs from the tail up to the shoulder quite well. Nice rack in this sheep. You really like that extension down that top line. Really beautiful fleece in this sheep. Probably the best fleece in the class. Beautiful when you open that up. Got a very nice shine to it. Very uniform from the shoulders. Really nice down that rib cage. The ram in second, not quite as straight down that top line. Still a good profiling sheep. You like his cleanliness up through the front end too. Not quite the dimension down that top line. Not quite as smooth down the top, but still a very nice, useful sheep. Very complete from the shoulders back through the tail set. Really nice fleece on this sheep also. The next ram in class, I think a little better fleece. We've got the ram down here in fourth. A nice profiling ram, just not quite the dimension to him, not quite the size and scale to get above the two above him. The ram down in fourth, a little coarser in that pattern, a little coarser in the fleece, not quite the density to it. I didn't think it's quite the character of what the three above it was. The next two rams, very nice fleece rams, give up a lot of size and scale, top to bottom, very nice set.
Now ready for pair of ram lambs. Pair ram lambs, please. Placing on the Border Leicester White Division late Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 20, Taylor 15086, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second to 16, Taylor 15080, Callie Taylor. Third to 17, Connor Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. 4 to 21, Connor Vincent. 5 to 19, Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. And 6th place to 18, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois.
In our early ram lambs here, junior ram lambs in the Columbia division, ram we start with here is by far and away got the most uniform and most character to his fleece of anything we got out there. That was really nice to see that with a ram this kind of size. I like that fact of him. A ram that when we walked him around the ring, he was the freest, easiest moving ram. Got a nice Columbia head on him, got some length to him. I thought he'd come to top pretty easy for me. Rams here in second and third, I'm getting a little nitpicky on these rams. The ram I've got here in second, I like this ram. I love the pattern on this ram, the way he stands on his feet and legs. I like the head on this ram. Another ram, he's a little finer fleece, but he's got a uniform fleece about it, so I thought he fit into second pretty well. This ram in third, I liked him when he came out. I still like him. I like the circumference of foot on him. He's got a nice big foot on him all the way from the front feet to back feet, the same size, and I like that part of him. Beautiful structure on this ram. I don't like that fold of skin coming up underneath his neck. It's the nitpicky thing, I know. That's why I put him in third. Otherwise, he could be easily up on the top for me today. The rams we have here in fourth and fifth, two rams are quite alike. The way they're structured, I like the head on the ram in fifth better than I like the ram in fourth. I like the ram in fourth when he moves around the ring. He's a free, easy moving ram. He stands with his feet on all four corners. He's got a little bit of issues with his fleece as far as conditioning. I think the uniformity is there. I think that's why I got him here in fourth hole. The ram I have in fifth, like I say, I like the head on this ram. Good upstanding ram. A sheep that he changes types a little bit in his fleece for me, not a bunch. It's nothing severe. He ain't no reason to throw him down to the bottom, but you got to like the pattern on this ram, the way he just stands there and he just looks good every time you look at him. Ram we've got here in fifth, another buck that I like very well. He's a little green for me today, but boy, you sure like the pattern on this ram, the way he stands on his feet and legs. He's a little smaller bone than these 4 bucks or 5 bucks in front of him, but I think he's a good quality ram, need to be talked about, but nice class of early junior ram lambs. Thank you.
Placing on the class of early junior ram lambs for the Columbia show, first to entry number 10, Worm 506, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Second to 11, Highway C215, Alec Bomber, Minduro, Wisconsin. Third to 16, Mickey Williams, Freeport, Illinois. 4 to 15, Troxel, Columbia's, Plainfield, Wisconsin. 5 to entry 14, Troxel, Columbia's. 6 to 17, Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio. And 7 to entry 12, Keegan Lutzig of Cloverdale, Indiana. Now ready for Columbia Late Junior Ram Lambs in the ring. Placing on the class of pair Ram Lambs for the White Division Border Leicesters. First to Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second to Marilyn and Carol Fogel of Raymond, Ohio. Third to Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. And fourth to Connor Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Again, we're now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram for the White Division Border Leicester. Your next class will be Best Headed Ram.
I thought we had a really strong Border Leicester show. Very nice set of rams out here today. I'm really happy with the quality of these sheep from the top clear down through. My 2 yearling rams are really big, massive yearling ram to start the show off with. You really admire that sheep for that thickness down the top. A very useful sheep. Plump in that leg, a really great set of bone and leg underneath this sheep. Beautiful fleece, a beautiful headed sheep. That'll be your champion ram, your first place yearling ram. Just a beautiful ram. You really admire that sheep. A little closer for the reserves. I'm going to come back and use the second place yearling ram for the reserve. I think another sheep, maybe not as straight down that top line, but still a really nice, massive sheep. A sheep that's very productive, orientated. You like that sheep, the way he's made from the shoulders back through the hind saddle. A beautiful fleece. But a very nice set of rams top to bottom. Thank you.
Grand champion ram for the white division of the Border Leicester goes to the first place yearling ram, entry 6, 14079, 1270. Overlook Manor Farm, Warrenton, Virginia. The reserve was second place yearling ram, entry 2, Deacon 1965, Deacon Family Farm, Cuba, Illinois. Now ready for best headed ram.
And our late class here of our Columbia show today, you breeders haven't made this very easy on me so far. This is a good class. There's 4 really good rams out here. You got to pick and choose what you like. The ram I started with here, I liked him when he came out. I still like him now. He's got the most uniform fleece, the most character to his fleece. A buck that just travels around the ring good. He's good out through his hip. Just a pretty easy class winner for me. Then we get into some parts and pieces here of things where you got to start picking what you like and don't like, or what your preferences are. This ram I started in second here, I think this ram's got a huge age difference compared to the other rams, but I like the fleece on this ram. He's very uniform. He's shown a shorter fleece. It's a little harder to see it, but you can still tell it's a good fleece. I like the bone on this ram. I love the upstandiness through his front end. I like the head on this ram. Like I say, he's a pounds lighter ram than what we have in the 2 behind him, but I still think he's got a future to make a good yearling ram. The ram we have here in third today, he needs an attitude adjustment really bad. He's not being very nice out here, but this is a good high-quality ram. You love the volume about this ram, the length of this ram. Like I say, if he shows a little bit better, he kind of gets a little PC when he walks around the ring for me today, but I realize I've been that road. I know how that happens sometimes, but I got to put him in third today. The ram we've got in fourth here is a ram that he just gets a little bit overpowered by the 3 above him. He's a good quality ram. He's got a nice fleece about him. It's hard to fault him a whole lot. I don't think he's quite as long as the 3 rams we have above him today, but still 4 really good rams in our junior ram lamb class. Thank you.
Placing on the late junior ram lamb class for the Columbias, first place to entry 21, Bauk 5-16, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second to entry 22, Borcher 5254, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Third to entry 18, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. And 4 to entry number 23, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Now ready for pair ram lambs. Best headed ram for our national Border Leicester White Division show goes to entry 6, our grand champion ram out of the yearling ram class, 14079-1270, Overlook Manor Farm, Warrenton, Virginia. Now ready to go into our females, we need early yearling ewes. Those animals born prior to and including February 28. Again, we're ready. placing on the Columbia class of pair of Ram Lambs. First place to Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Second, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Third, Troxel Columbia's, Plainfield, Wisconsin. And four to Highway C Columbia's, Minduro, Wisconsin. Now showing for Columbia Junior Champion Ram. Your next class will be for Grand Champion Ram. Junior Champion Ram for the Columbias goes to entry number 21 out of the late Junior Ram Lamb class, Bauk 5-16, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. The Reserve Junior Champion Ram to entry 10 from the early Junior Ram Lamb class, Worm 506, Charles and Louise Worm of Lakefield, Minnesota. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Grand Champion Ram goes to entry number 4, our first place yearling ram, Senior Champion Ram, Bauk 4-24, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. The Reserve Grand Champion to entry number 21, our Junior Champion Ram, from the late Junior Ram Lamb class, Bauk 5-16, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Now ready to go to yearling ewes. Columbia yearling ewes, please.
A very interesting class of yearling ewes. The ewe I'm starting the class with, a really, really pretty female. Really nice down that top. You really like the expression of muscle down that top line. A really good feminine ewe. You really like the head on this ewe. You like her up through that front end. She wins the class totally on her fleece. A beautiful fleece ewe when you open that up. Just not a piece out of lock. The locks are beautiful, a beautiful shine to this fleece. It's as nice in the shoulders as it is in the lower part of the rib cage. Carries into the hind saddle quite well. The ewe that's actually the changer in the class is the ewe that's in second. A beautiful bodied ewe, by far the biggest ewe in the class. Nice up through that front end, just not quite the density to the fleece, not quite the total character to the fleece I had in that top ewe. A very difficult thing to get in the wool sheep. When you get into the wool sheep breeds, you can get the wool, you can't get the carcass. Here's a ewe that's got a tremendous body in second, just not quite the wool quality to beat the ewe atop of her. A ewe in third, another beautiful fleece on this ewe. Not quite as profile pretty as what the top two ewes did, not quite the size and scale to her, not quite the dimension, but a very nice ewe in her own rights. We come into another ewe here, a real pretty ewe, just not quite the thickness down the top, not quite the dimension to her down through the lower part of the rib cage, but a beautiful fleece on this ewe. The bottom two ewes, the ewe in fifth, a very nice ewe here, just not quite the size and scale, not quite the length of body from shoulder to breech. The ewe on the bottom, a really nice ewe, just not quite the wool on the lower part of the rib cage, but top to bottom, a very nice set.
Now ready for Border Leicester White late yearling ewes. Our judge today for our Columbia show is Larry McDaniel of Greenfield, Indiana. Larry operates a hog operation as well as a feed store and raises Dorset sheep. He and his wife Dixie own McDaniel Ranch with Pole Dorsets and have also raised and shown Columbia sheep at one time. Larry grew up raising Suffolks and club lambs. Dixie is a contract grower with a swine operation of over 8,000 head. Let's welcome Larry McDaniel to your Columbia show today. Placing on the Border Leicester White Division early yearling ewe class, first to entry 25, Fogel, 1005, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Second to 22, Taylor, 13-14, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Third to 24, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. 4 to 26, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. 5 to 23, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois, and 6 to 27, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania.
Had another really nice set of yearling ewes out here. The ewe on the top end, a really nice winner here. You really like that ewe for the thickness down the top line. Really beautiful fleece on that sheep. Really good sheen to that when you open that up. Got a really nice crimp to it. Really nice fiber diameter. Very uniform down the lower part of the rib cage. Very nice back in the hind saddle. Ewe and second followers are quite similar. Really nice fleece on this. You'd like that when you open it up. Got a really good lock to it, really good shine to this fleece. It's nice in the lower part of the rib cage, just a very nice fleece. The ewe in third, a little bit coarser fleece here, doesn't lock quite as well as the top two ewes above it, but still a nice made ewe in her own rights. The next two ewes give up a little bit of size and scale, top to bottom a nice set though.
Placing on the late class of yearling ewes for the white division of Border Leicester. First to entry 29, Colin Deacon, 1970. Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Second to entry 32, Vincent Farms, 1425, Connor Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Third to 28, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. 4 to 30, Connor Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. And 5 to 31, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. For the Border Leicesters, now ready for fall ewe lambs. Fall ewe lambs. Placing in the Border Leicester class of yearling ewes, first place to Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Second to Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Third, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. 4, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. And 5 to Connor Vincent, Laurel, Delaware.
Got a nice set of fall ewe lambs out here. I'm going to leave them just the way they stand. I think the ewe on the top a little more complete ewe. When she walks out, she looks a lot better on the walk. Granted, on the brace, the ewe in the back looks a little better, a little bigger ewe. Not quite as smooth. The ewe in second back here, when she walks out, drops that front end down just a little bit too low for me today. I'd like to straighten that top out. Two very nice ewes, both nice fleeces on both the ewes. Thanks for bringing them out.
placing on the fall class of ewe lambs for the Border Leicesters. First place goes to entry 33, Deacon 1975, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Second to entry 34, Tiffany Deacon 15-1985, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania.
Wow, what a nice group of yearling ewes to look at. I had some sheep down here. Didn't make in this final drive of these 5 that are awfully good sheep. But we got to sort them. Ewe I'm starting with here, I like this ewe when she came out. I still like her now. I think this ewe travels good. She's sound as a dime on her feet and legs. She's probably got the most uniform fleece of what we see out here. A little finer grade than some of the other ewes, but I think she's very acceptable within the breed standards. I think she comes atop pretty easy for me. Ewe here in second, a ewe that's not showing very well at some moments, but when she does stand, she is a beautiful profiling ewe. Same type of fleece. Just uniform as can be white. When you open it up, you just got to think she has to fit in second hole to go with that ewe up above her. Ewe we've got here in third, a ewe with a little more condition, a little more fleece on her, but I mean, big bone, stands good on her feet and legs, uniform fleece as well. She just gives up a little bit of that length and that extension to get up above these 2 ewes above her today, but a ewe fits in nice there. Problem sheep for me here is in fourth. This is a big old girl. She's carrying plenty of condition, but she's still big frame. She don't have a lot of wool on her. I think she probably changes up in grades and size and type of fleece on her as much as any of the 4 up here, but I like a lot of other things about her. I think she had to be up here in this lineup. Ewe we've got here in fifth, another big volumed ewe, big boned ewe, massive foot on this ewe. Not showing the best in the world either, but we kind of give that consideration when we're judging East Columbia's because I've been down that road myself. But a really good set of yearling ewes. I really like to look at them. Thanks for bringing them out.
Now ready for Columbia Pair yearling ewes.
And another really nice set of Border Leicester ewes. You on the top end, you really like the profile of this sheep. You go to touch that sheep, she runs right uphill to you, really straight down that top line. You admire that thickness off the point of the shoulder. You really like how she carries that meat back into the hind saddle. Real good butt on this sheep. Really nice, proportionally, really nice sheep. The shoulders clear back to the tail head. Very nice fleece on this sheep. When you open that up, just a beautiful white luster to that. Really good lock to that fleece. Very nice headed you up through that front end. You and second followers are fairly similar. Not quite as long body possibly, but still a very beautiful fleece on that. You like that when you open that up. That beautiful white fleece. You like that prettiness from the top of it clear down to the lower part of the rib cage. Another real well balanced ewe down in third. A little more yoke to this fleece. A little bit yellower fleece. Not quite the dimension of it. Not quite the luster to that fleece as the top two I had above it, but a very nice profile in you. Really like the way that ewe looks down that top line. From the shoulder to the tail head, a really nice made ewe. The next ewe gives up a little bit of that size and scale and volume. A nice fleece on this ewe, just not quite the dimension to her, not quite the total length of body. The next two lambs, just not quite the size and scale, top to bottom, a nice set.
Now ready for Border Leicester intermediate ewe lambs, and we're ready for senior ewe lambs on the Columbia side of the ring. Placing on the yearling ewes for the Columbia's, first place went to entry 34, Borcher 4015, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Second place to entry 42, Borcher Y 4273, also Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Third place to entry number 25, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 4 to 29, Celia Miner, Reelsville, Indiana. 5 to 32, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Sixth place to entry 36, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. 7 to 35, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. Eighth place to entry 28, David Bruner, Greencastle, Indiana. 9 to 40, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. And 10 to entry number 24, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Columbias, first to Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Second, Highway C Columbias, Minduro, Wisconsin. Third to Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 4 to Isaiah Bauk of New York Mills, Minnesota. 5, Chile Miner of Reelsville, Indiana. And 6 to David Bruner, Greencastle, Indiana. The Banner publications do have photo proofs through Tuesday morning available over at the photo booth area for you to view and decide if you want any. Placing on the class of early ewe lambs for the Border Leicester White Division, first place to 40, Taylor, 15014, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second to 38, Taylor, 15042, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Third to 37, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. 4 to 39, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. 5 to 36, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. And 6 to 35, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois.
in our fall ewe lamb class here, I think we got an individual cutting the top pretty easy for me today. This sheep's really got a super nice fleece on her. It's just uniform as can be. Same fiber diameter all the way through there. I really like the front end on this shoe. She's extended, she's smooth, nice head on this shoe. I think she comes to top pretty easy for me. Ewe we've got here in a second. A ewe is carrying a little more fleece on her, but it's still a beautiful fleece when you open it up. She's just not quite as long as the shoe we've got in the front when you handle her. I like the hip in this shoe. Another outstanding kind of ewe has to be up in these top two for me today. The ewe that gives me a little problems here is a shoe in third. I don't know whether it's a little bit of environment, preparation, or what. I don't think she's quite as uniform in her fleece as what you see in these first two. But you got to like this shoe for her length of top on her, the size of bone to her. I think she fits there in third hole real nice for me. One of my problem sheep that I like, I still like this sheep. I just don't like her on the moves, this ewe in fourth. She wants to kind of tuck her tail down, walks underneath herself just a little bit, but boy, you got to like this shoe for her size and her dimension about her. She's really nice headed. I mean, she's got some extension about her. I don't like the part the way she walks. I know that's being a little bit nitpicky, but I think she deserves to be in these top five. Probably the nicest fleece to open up and look at is this shoe in fifth. A ewe that's just really bright and white when you look at her. She's just quite as extended, quite as smooth up through her front end. That's what these four ewes are above her today, but I think she deserves to be in these top five. They're a real nice set of fall ewe lambs.
Placing on the Columbia Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 46, Bach 4-62, Isaiah Bauch of New York Mills, Minnesota. Second to 50, Worm 512, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Third to entry 49, Troxel, Columbia's, Plainfield, Wisconsin. 4 to 48, Isaiah Bauch, New York Mills, Minnesota. 5 to entry 43, Kreider Farms, Aerosmith, Illinois. 6 to 52, David Bruner, Greencastle, Indiana. 7 to 47, Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio. And 8 to 51, Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio. 9 to 44, Megan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Senior champion ewe for the Columbias goes to entries 34. First place yearling ewe, Borcher 4015, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Reserve senior champion to entry 42, Borcher Y 4273, also Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Now ready for January born ewe lambs for the Columbias.
Had another tremendous set of ewe lambs out here, really nice set of females. Those ewes on the top end profile, really nice. You like especially that ewe on the top end. Really explosive down that top line when you put your hand on that top. A lot of meat right off of the rack. Carries into the hind saddle quite well. A really good set of feet and legs underneath this shoe. Really pretty headed shoe, pretty feminine up through that front end. Very nice, beautiful fleece in this on this shoe. Very useful. The ewe in second follows her quite close in her own style. A beautiful headed ewe here too. Really straight down the top. You really like the expression, the muscle down the top line. Really beautiful fleece on that sheep too. Really pretty ewe down here in third. A beautiful headed ewe. You really admire that ewe for that prettiness up through the head. You like that white up on the top. You like the chalk to her. You like the color down the legs. Just not quite the profile to her. Not quite the total extension. Not quite the growability. But a beautiful ewe in her own rights. Will be a ewe that'll grow out to be plenty big enough. A beautiful fleece on this sheep. You admire that fleece from the shoulders down the lower part of the rib cage. Beautiful back into the hind saddle. The next two, another beautiful fleece on this ewe. The ewe down in fourth, just not quite as straight down the top. Doesn't carry quite as well on them back legs. I'd like to see her walk just a little bit better, trail out a little bit better. But a really nice, useful ewe. You really like the dimension of this sheep. You like the thickness down the top line. Another beautiful fleece when you open that up. The same is true of the next ewe. Just a beautiful headed ewe. Very nice up through that front end. Not quite the straightness down the top. Not quite as smooth down the top line. But top to bottom, a really nice set of ewe lambs.
Placing on the class of intermediate ewe lambs, white division, Border Leicesters. First place to 47, Taylor, 15063, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second place to 46, Taylor, 15051, also Callie Taylor. Third to 50, Sigmund Family Farm, North Grosvenordale, Connecticut. 4 to 48, Sigmund Family Farm. 5 to 43, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. 6 to 42, Gail Boston, Medina, Ohio. 7 to 45, Eli Stoltman, Stanford, Kentucky. 8th place to 41, Gail Boston, Medina, Ohio. And 9 to 44, Heidi Barclay, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania.
I had another really nice set of ewe lambs. The ewe on the top end are really nice. Really, you like the sheep when you go down the top line. Really good rack in this sheep. You like how she carries that thickness from the shoulder clear back to the hind saddle. Just a really good profile in sheep. Nice bone underneath this sheep. Really nice headed. You like her for that cleanliness up through the front end. You like a really nice feminine front end on this ewe. Beautiful fleece in this ewe. Very good character to it. Good lock to it. Very nice color. The ewe in second follows her very close in pattern. Not quite the lock to the wool. Not quite the total brightness. Not quite the length of wool as what I had in my top ewe. A very nice profile in sheep. You like that sheep for straightness down the top line. You like that cleanliness up through the front end. Real good bone on this sheep. The ewe comes down in third, not quite as tight in the shoulder, not quite as pretty up through that front end, but still a very nice, useful sheep in her own rights. Square down that top line, a really nice, pretty fleece on this. Another nice, real stylish ewe down here in fourth. Really good dimension of this sheep. You like for the straightness down the top. You don't quite care for the lock quite as well as what I had in the top three, but still a very nice, useful fleece. The next ewe, not quite the dimension to her, not quite the total length from the shoulders back to the hind saddle, not quite the whiteness to that wool, not quite the lock to it, but a very nice sheep in its own right. Top to bottom, a very nice set.
Now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs, please. Placing on the class of late ewe lambs for the white division, Border Leicesters. First to entry 54, Taylor, 15079, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second to 52, Vincent Farms, 1527, Connor Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Third to 53, Connor Vincent. 4 to 51, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. 5 to 55, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. 6 to 49, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. And 7 to 56, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois.
Boy, what a nice class of January ewe lambs. I went through and checked these used fleeces the first time I handled them. There's not a bad fleece in this class, and I think this is some of the best fleeces I've seen all day is in this particular class. You were starting with here, just a big old bone gal, lots of length to her. She handles as true as she looks. Really a uniform fleece. She's just been presented in a shorter fleece, and I really like that, but you can sure see how fresh she handles when you just stand there and look at her. She's just as smooth as a die, and I really like that ewe for that. The ewe in second gives her a pretty tough run. I think if I'm going to get nitpicky, I think this ewe in second doesn't handle as long, doesn't appear quite as long as this ewe up above her, but another really a fleece that's got some character to it, and you open it up, the crimp is just as bold as can be. I think she falls into second very well. I love the head on this ewe in second, too. Ewe in third, here's a problem sheep for me. This ewe's really got a nice fleece on her as well. She has a little bit of a shakier top on her, and she's not quite as good off her rear legs as those two, and that's getting very, very particular on this ewe because she's another nice ewe, great profiling ewe. Doesn't show quite as nice as some of these ones above her, but still it's a good sheep. The ewe has really got a pretty fleece on her as this ewe here in fourth. She's not the biggest package we have out here today, but man, what a nice profiling ewe. When you open that fleece up, it's just as soft as silk, and it's just really uniform and got some character to it. I think I had to get her up here just because I really can't fault her a whole lot. I just don't think she's got quite as much dimension about her, quite as much bone as these three ewes above her to get her higher than that, but man, you really got to like this ewe lamb. Ewe we have here in fifth, another great big old ewe lamb, but you got to like that part of her. She's just a little bit shorter on the side, and she doesn't come off her back wheels as good, but another beautiful fleece that really, really carries out good back through that bridge, and I just don't think I can get her any lower than this today, but a really super nice set of January ewe lambs.
Placings on the pair of ewe lambs for the Border Leicester White Division. First place goes to Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second place to Siegman Family Farm, North Grosvenordale, Connecticut. Third to Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. 4, Connor Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. And 5 to Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Columbia Show. First to entry 57, Bauk 5-33, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place to entry number 64, Troxel 1509, Troxel, Columbia's, Plainfield, Wisconsin. Third to entry 30, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 54, Gary Neese, Gosport, Indiana. 5 to entry number 58, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 6 to 53, Mallory Miner, Reelsville, Indiana. 7 to entry number 65, Troxel, Columbia's, Plainfield, Wisconsin. 8 to 59, Courtney Hildenbrandt Bach of Plainfield, Wisconsin. 9 to entry 61, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. And 10 to 55, Kreider Farms, Aerosmith, Illinois.
I thought we had a tremendous ewe show out here today. I'm going to use the first place yearling ewe up on the far end for my champion ewe. I think this is a sheep that signifies what the breed's about. A beautiful headed sheep. Got a lot of meat down the top line. It's a sheep that's very useful. I don't care what breed it's in, but a beautiful bodied sheep. Got a beautiful fleece on that. When you open that up, spinners will be standing in line to buy that. That's what this breed of sheep's about. Raising a product the people are glad to buy. There's a sheep that's a beautiful made animal. Not a problem with the sheep, beautiful headed, but you really modifies that sheep with that quality of that wool. Just a beautiful fleece. For reserve, I'm going to come down and use the January ewe lamb for reserve. I think a ewe lamb that shows me a lot of potential. Really a tremendous top ewe. You really admire that sheep for that straightness down the top, the dimension of that. A sheep that's very similar to my champion ewe. A very usable product. A sheep that's well balanced, got a good hind saddle, a good top in it, and a beautiful fleece. I commend the people for bringing out a very nice set of sheep. Thank you.
Grand Champion ewe for the National Border Leicester Show in the white division goes to entry number 25. 25 from the early yearling ewe class, Fogel, 1005, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. The reserve Grand Champion goes to our class winner from the early ewe lamb class, entry number 40, Taylor, 15014, Callie Taylor of State College, Pennsylvania. We're now ready for best headed ewe. Best headed ewe for the Border Leicester White Division. Best headed ewe. We will do best headed ewe, then best white fleece, then get of sire, and then flock. Yep.
Sigmund Family Farm.
Best headed ewe for the white border Leicesters goes to entry number 50, C. Sigmund, 1514, out of the intermediate ewe lamb class. Sigmund Family Farm of North Grosvenordale, Connecticut. Now ready for Best White Fleece. Best White Fleece. Now ready for Border Leicester White Division Get of Sire. placing on the class of Border Leicester Best Fleece. Best Fleece goes to Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio, with a yearling ewe, tag number 1005. Second to Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania, with an intermediate ewe lamb, 15063. Third to Overlook Manor Farm, Warrenton, Virginia, with a yearling ram, 1270. Fourth to Siegman Family Farm, North Grosvenordale, Connecticut, with an intermediate ewe lamb, tag number 1514. 5 to Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois, with a yearling ram, 1965. And 6 to Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois, with a late yearling ewe, 1970. And 7 to Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania, with a yearling ewe, tag number 5858.
Folks, another real nice class of ewe lambs out here in our Columbia show today. I'm not going to talk about fleeces in these first 5 because there's nothing wrong with any of their fleeces. They're all good fleece, but we're going to start with this ewe lamb up here on top. She's a big old girl. That's not the reason I started with her. She's really long and she handles good down her top line. She's got some hip in her. I just really like the profile of this sheep. She's upstanding. She's good on her feet and legs, and I liked her when she came out, and I still like her. Ewe lamb we've got in second. Rivals are pretty tough. She's not quite as long. That will be my deciding factor on her. Another ewe lamb that when you put your hands on her, she's straight spine. She's got some dimension about her, got a wide hip in her. Like I say, the reason I beat her today is because I like the length of this ewe here in first place. Ewe we've got here in third, a ewe that not handling as nice in her show ring etiquette tonight, but a sheep that you've got to have her up in this top end. She's got some really good dimension about her when you come off for that last rib. She's really thick. I like that part of her. I think she does not handle quite as nice down her top line as these two ewes above her to get her up any higher. I'm going to say that same thing about these two back here. Beautiful profiling sheep, a sheep that's got nice heads on them. They just narrow up a little bit when you come out behind their shoulders and coming back from that hip on out through their tail heads. So that's the way I see them today. A really good class. Thank you.
We only had one entry in the get of sire for the Border Leicester White Division. Our class winner, Callie Taylor of State College, Pennsylvania. Now ready for Columbia March and later born ewe lambs. Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the Columbia's first to entry 66. M. Williams, 1517, Mickey Williams, Freeport, Illinois. Second to 70, Worm 552, Seth Hildenbrandt, Bauk, Plainfield, Wisconsin. Third to 69, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 4 to entry 80, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. 5 to entry 71, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. 6 to 72, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. 7 to 67, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. 8th place to 74, Keegan Lotzi of Cloverdale, Indiana. 9 to entry 77, Jessica Monty, Kewanee, Illinois. And 10 to 73, David Bruner, Greencastle, Indiana. Placing on the flock class for the Border Leicester White Division, first in flock goes to Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Second in flock and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Third in flock, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio.
Another outstanding class of Columbia ewe lambs here. Lamb I'm starting with I really like this lamb. She's got some freshness to her. She's good on her feet and legs. She's got one of the brightest, whitest, softest fleeces we see out here. I think she'll make a whale of a yearling ewe next year. Ewe we have here in second and third. Pretty close placing on this too. I like this ewe here in second. She's another ewe with a tremendously nice fleece on her. And the ewe in third is no slouch on that part of it. Both these ewes have got uniformity to their fleeces. The ewe we put in second, I like this ewe out through her hip. She's really long in her hip. She's got some width of hip into her. She stands long from flank to flank. I think that's why she belongs in second. Like I say, on the shoe here in third, one of the most uniform fleeces we've got in here. She's just a little thicker and rounder up through her front end than what I like to see to get her any higher than this, but that does not kill her. She's going to make a nice yearling ewe next year as well. My two problem ewes here in the class are ewes in fourth and fifth. I like both these ewes really well. I don't like the ewe here in fourth when she tracks out. She wants to roll her hocks out a little bit, and that doesn't absolutely make her a worthless sheep. It just makes her, she can't place higher than fourth today for me. The ewe we have here in fifth, another nice long body kind of a ewe, a good fleeced ewe. She just is not as good on her pasterns today to get her any higher as well. You we've got here in sixth, another nice ewe. She just gives up a little bit of length above these five above her to get her any higher today, but another good quality ewe. There's not a bad sheep in this class, and I was glad to judge him. Thank you.
Placing on the March ewe lamb class for the Columbia's first place to 85, Borcher 5261, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Second place to 82, Highway C235, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. Third to 83, Troxel, Columbia's Plainfield, Wisconsin. 4 to 84, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 5 to 81, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. And sixth place to entry 86, Jessica Monty, Kewanee, Illinois.
And a nice set of Border Leicester rams, natural colors. The ram I started the class with, I think, wins it quite easily. Really nice down that top line. You like that straightness of that tail head. You like that total length of body from the shoulders back into that tail head. A really nice fleece when you crack that open. Very dense, very uniform down the lower part of the shoulder. Really nice up through that front end. The ram in second gives up a little bit of that size and scale. A really nice complete ram. Not really a hole in this ram, just a little bit smaller package. A ram that's got a really nice top in him. You admire him for that thickness down the top. You admire him for that total dimension. A beautiful fleece on this ram too. Not quite the dimension, not quite the thickness that I had in my top ram. The third ram gives up a little bit of that total dimension down that top line. The wool not quite as nice to the touch, not quite as uniform down the lower part of the rib cage. Three very nice rams.
Placing on the class of yearling rams for the Border Leicester Natural Color Division, first to 58, T. Deacon 1956, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Second place to entry 59, 4461, Overlook Manor Farm, Warrenton, Virginia. And third to 57, Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Next class for our Columbias is Junior Champion U and Reserve Junior Champion U. So we'll need the first and second place animals from the January, February, and March and later classes.
That really nice natural colorgram to start this class with your really beautiful fleece on this sheep. You open that up, it's got a really nice sheen to it, just beautiful to the touch, very soft to the touch. A nice made sheep down his top, pretty straight down the top line, a nice made sheep. The ram in second, a little bit longer bodied sheep here, not quite the total cleanliness up through that front end is what I had in my top ram, not quite the fleece on this sheep, not quite that softness to the touch. When you open that up, just a little bit harsher to the touch, not quite the buoyancy, not quite the livability to it, is what I had in my top fleece. The ram down in third gives up a little bit of size and scale, still a nice fleece sheep, the shoulders back through. Top to bottom, a very nice set.
Placing on the Columbia pair of ewe lambs, first place went to Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place to Troxel Columbia's Plainfield, Wisconsin. Third to Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 4 to Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. 5 to Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. 6th place to Kreider Farms, Aerosmith, Illinois. And 7th place to Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio.
Well, I don't like to talk a lot during these junior champions and senior champion stuff, but I think these are 6 pretty nice ewe lambs out here, and I kind of judge myself into a corner here. I like all 3 of these ewe lambs. This is a tough decision for me. Today I'm going to use this March ewe lamb down here. I think she's just a pretty nice ewe lamb. She's looked good every time I've looked at her. She's fresh. She's got a really beautiful head on her. Nice fleece, aren't they? We're going to go back to our January lamb for your reserve. I think she follows in type and kind. You can see a little different maturity pattern. There should be. That's the age difference in. But this February ewe lamb, I really like her, and I don't want to discount her any. I just don't like her quite as well out there, tail head, as these 2 ewes we got above her today. But she's going to make a big yearling ewe too. Congratulations to all of you.
For the Columbias, our junior champion was entry number 85, Borcher. 5261, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming, on the March and later ewe lamb. The reserve junior champion was 57, the first place January ewe lamb, Bauk 5-33, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Placing on the class of Border Leicester Ram Lambs, first place to entry 62, Stoltman 159, Rose Stoltman, Stanford, Kentucky. Second to 60, Billu 1505, Show Me the Money, Jenna Billu, State College, Pennsylvania. and 3rd to 61, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. We're now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Natural Colored Ram for the Border Leicesters.
We had a real nice set of black natural colored border Leicesters out here. I'm going to use the yearling ram for the champion. I believe a ram that signifies this quite well. Really straight down the top line. You really like that mass off the shoulder. Really nice butted sheep. Very nice fleece on this sheep. Very uniform from the shoulders down through. I'm going to come back and use the buck lamb for the reserve. I think a really nice fleece sheep. Really a beautiful fleece sheep. Maybe not the biggest sheep in the class, but a sheep that deserves a very representative of the breed. Just a beautiful fleece on this sheep. Very nice rams. Thank you.
Grand Champion net.
Folks, it's been a real pleasure to judge your Columbia show. I'm not going to talk after this champion U drive here. These are 4 pretty good sheep out here for what I like to look at. I'm still not sure that I've got these 2 yearling ewes placed right. I still like both of them. They're going to be your champion reserve, and we're going to let these 2 young lambs come back and play next year. Congratulations.
Grand Champion U for the Columbia show is entry number 34. First place yearling U, Borcher, 4015, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. The Reserve Grand Champion is entry 42. Second place in that yearling class, our Reserve Senior Champion, Borcher Y, 4273, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Over on the natural colored border Leicesters, our Grand Champion Ram is entry number 58. First place yearling ram, T. Deacon 1956, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. The Reserve Grand Champion was the first place ram lamb, Stoltman 159, Rose Stoltman, Stafford, Kentucky. Now ready for yearling ewes on the Border Leicester Natural Colored. Border Leicester Natural Colored yearling ewes to the ring. Ready for best fleece. Best fleece for our Columbia show. Best fleece, and then we'll do flock. Best fleece for the Columbia show. The award is sponsored by Manda Gertz Davis. Entry number 54, Troxel. 1504, Gary Neese of Gosport, Indiana, from the January ewe lamb class, had the best fleece in our show today for the Columbias.
Had a very nice set of Border Leicester ewes out here. The top ewe, I think, straight down that top line. You admire that about that. You really like the straightness of her lines. A beautiful fleece when you open that up. The second place ewe, just not quite the stretch, not quite the straightness down the top. A little more conditioning in our lower part of the rib cage. But there's a beautiful fleece on this when you open that up. A beautiful shine to it. Beautiful down the lower part of the rib cage and very nice in the hind saddle. The same is true of my third place ewe. Just a really nice fleece on this sheep, but two better ones above it. A very nice set, top to bottom. Thank you.
Now ready for pair of yearling ewes, pair yearling ewes. Then we'll go to early ewe lamb. Placing on the Border Leicester Natural Colored Yearling ewe class, first to entry 64, Koppel 502, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Second to 63, Bear Hollow 61, Anna Stoltman, Stanford, Kentucky. And third to entry 66, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Placing on our pair of yearling ewe class, first place goes to Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Now ready for early ewe lambs. For our flock class for the Columbias, first place and the winner of our Premier Exhibitor Award for the Columbia Show is Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second in flock, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Third to Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 4, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. 5 to David Bruner, Greencastle, Indiana. And 6 to Thomas Connor, Asheville, Ohio. That does conclude our Columbia show. Our judge has been Larry McDaniel of Greenfield, Indiana.
Had one fall ewe lamb out here, a real nice made sheep. You like that wool on this sheep. Very uniform from the shoulders back through. Nice representative of the breed.
Placing on the Border Leicester Colored early ewe lambs, first to 67, T. Deacon, 1987, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Now ready for late ewe lambs.
Had two real nice ewe lambs. I'm going to use a little bigger framed ewe lamb this time. Really straight top to you. You like the dimension down that top line. You like that exhibition of muscle down that top. A real pretty ewe. You like her up through that front end. Really nice, tight, very feminine up through that front. Really nice fleece on this ewe. Very uniform from the shoulders back through. Very nice down the lower part of the rib cage. The lamb in second, not quite the size and scale to it, but a really nice made sheep in its own rights. Still plenty of top on this sheep, plenty of dimension down the top line. A nice fleece, just not quite the uniformity as what I had in the top one. Two very nice lambs.